Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Nelisa, can you call the matter into the record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 15th of February, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I see there is a hand. Is it Ms. Mboweni?
There's a court, please, Madam Shabangu.
Mr. Shabangu, Nelisa has told me about your request. Thank you very much. Let's not waste time. Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, before we start, I just wanted to inform you, my lady, that I have a matter coming, a trial that is starting tomorrow. I have spoken to Ms. Mahite to find out if she'll be able to listen in on my behalf tomorrow and Thursday, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I see there is a hand that is still up. Don't know if
Yes,
it's...
my lady, it's Miss Koko, my lady.
Mm.
My lady, I'm requested by Advocate Makani to inform the court that he's struggling to connect, but he will join us.
Then should we proceed? Because now, is there someone standing in on his behalf? Where is Mr. Sibara?
He was going to check on him. I'm not sure if Mr. Sibara has joined us, my lady.
Because I don't want us to keep the witness waiting anymore. But the question is, isn't it he might be the one to follow?
Yes, my lady.
Just check with him if any one of them is available, because one of them must be in. I mean, there are two.
As the court pleases, my lady.
And where is their client? Is the client also present? Dr. Manamela should also be present, but one of the representatives must be present.
I'll call him.
No, okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Gordon.
Good morning, my lady.
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, and yourself, my lady?
Very well, thank you. You are reminded that you're still under oath. I don't know, there are just some housekeeping that we have to deal with now, as one of the counsels is not available and we need to proceed now. Can I ask the evidence leader also to check the whereabouts of Mr. Sibara in case Mr. Makani is having problems, so that we can be able to continue?
Will do so. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Ms. Toka, if we can hear quickly before we start.
All right. Okay. My lady, Mr. Makani is requesting that the matter be stood down for 10 minutes, my lady.
Yeah, things like this. All right, but where is Mr. Sibara?
He cannot get hold of him, but he has not joined the proceedings. He is the one who's going to join the proceedings today. That is Mr. Makani, my lady.
But if you, okay, the matter shall stand down for, let me see, it's 10:05. Can we resume at 10:20?
As the court pleases, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Okay. Are we ready to start?
We should be ready, my lady. Mr. Makani has indicated that he has joined us.
Yes, but he's the one who must respond. I can see he was here. Mr. Makani?
I'm here, my lady.
Okay.
Good morning,
Where
my
is
lady.
the witness?
My lady.
Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my
Mr.
lady.
Profi, where are you?
I'm here, my lady. Can my lady see and
Yes,
hear me?
before you start, if I may find out if everybody now was able to peruse the documents that caused the adjournment of yesterday. I take it that everybody's ready, then we're going to proceed.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, you may proceed.
As the court pleases. Good morning, Ms. Godon. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Council. I'm very well, and yourself?
Great, thank you. Apologies for the delay to keep you waiting. I appear on behalf of the NGO Esidimeni Inquest. So when I ask you questions, unless I specifically ask you as it relates to any other NGO, my questions are specific to this NGO. Are we on the same page?
Understand, Council?
My lady, in respect of my cross-examination, it is to the witness and the NGO had a number of interactions. So it is Ms. Godon reflects in Ms. Mbashi's statement. So I just want to put that version to the witness in respect of that she agrees on the numerous interactions. Then I proceed on the issue of medical reports. Then on the issue of funding and finances as it relates to the medical healthcare users. Then the correspondence between the witness and the NGO being what was uploaded to case lines. And then the audit, I conclude on the audit report that is attached to her statement for clarifying questions. From the onset, lady, I think
will relate to causation and those that you feel that will assist the court.
Correct, my lady.
I hope so. Thank you. You may proceed.
I hope so too, my lady.
I'm going to request the witness to speak louder for the purpose of the record. Ms. Tota?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, we considered the documents with the witness, and I hear Mr. Profi, but I would like to object, my lady, at this early stage, especially in respect of the periodical reports that are attached and his questions in as far as they relate to the startup cost, my lady. We have had evidence by this witness, my lady, and Ms. Sinello, that the department did not provide the startup costs. So any question that relates to that, we already have the evidence.
The evidence is on record, yes.
Yes, my lady. And then the issue of the periodical reports, my lady, I don't see how it relates to this witness, my lady, especially the periodical reports that were loaded on case line. I submit, my lady, it's not going to assist, my lady, in deciding the issue of causation.
Thank you, Mr. Profi. The issue of the startup funds?
But it relates to it's part of the conversations that were had in the meetings between the witness and the NGO.
I hope you are not going to repeat the evidence that is on record.
No.
Because that evidence, we know that no NGO was given a startup startup funds at the beginning when they started. So if it's something that she wants to testify about, can the witness step aside, please? If it is something that the witness wants to talk about in her evidence. The evidence is already on record.
That is correct, my lady. It's merely attachments to their correspondence.
Yes,
So,
and the issue of the Ms. Mikoka, just put your hand down, please, unless if you have forgotten something. There is also the issue of the periodical reports.
my lady, those were uploaded in respect of Mr. Van Bergen's evidence or cross-examination of the witness pertained to the medical records. So it is part of the medical records that it's made reference to. Whether the witness can then just testify, as Ms. Sanello did, in respect of the completion. It's in her statement. She refers to the medical records. So it is linked to the aspect of the argument around complete medical records.
Yeah, Ms. Tota and Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Just by virtue of the reference to evidence that I'm said to have introduced, I agree with Ms. Oka that the periodical reports are not relevant to the determination of any issue that your ladyship has to decide on. I will address it in more detail if it becomes necessary later, but there are periodical reports of mental health care users who do not fall within the deceased, that this inquiry is involved with. In fact, we don't even know if they are deceased or not. Those reports are irrelevant, my lady, and cannot assist your ladyship in coming to any decision. There is one document relating to a mental health care user who is a deceased in these, or to whom these proceedings relate, and Mr. Willem Ryans. I don't have an objection to that document, but for the remainder, my lady, they are definitely not relevant to these proceedings.
Okay.
As you
Ms. Tota, do you like to reply?
Yes, my lady. In as far as the cross-examination will go to the start-up course, my lady, the duties of this witness are clear from paragraph 2 of a statement, my lady. I still object, then, my lady, in that regard.
Okay, and the issue of periodical reports, you still stand by your point?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
My lady, if I may, with the leave of the court, once I get there and the court finds that my questions are either irrelevant or is of no assistance to the court and tells me to move on, I'll move on.
Yeah, but I don't want us to be wasting time. You had the concerns of your colleagues.
I've heard the concerns.
I must say that we shouldn't concentrate on things that are not going to assist us.
Absolutely.
We already have a very, very big record. Just stick to the relevant facts, please.
I will do so.
Yes, you will have to take that into account. Thank you very much. You may proceed. But the issue of the startup funds, it's out. And even the periodical reports, if you can just concentrate on the deceased who has passed on, who forms part of where we are now, there's no need for you to be dealing with people whom we don't even know whether they are alive or not.
My difficulty with that is that when Mr. Van Bergen cross-examined the witness in respect of the reports, she had stated that, I just want to get there so that
you will deal with that and the court will determine whether that is relevant. Can you proceed? And Mr. Van Bergen will also be of assistance here.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You may proceed. Where is the witness?
I'm present, my lady.
I see Mr. Sibara has just joined the proceedings. I'm going to request Mr. Sibara and Mr. Makani and the rest of you. If one of you is not available or is having problems, let one of you join the proceedings. We are not going to be standing the matters down on behalf so that we accommodate other people. Please, I think this thing is going to stop because Mr. Sibara was nowhere to be found.
My lady. if I may just come in, my lady, the reason why we spoke to Advocate Tota
Yes,
to
I
explain,
understand that. I
it
understand
was an
that.
unforeseen,
The
it was
message,
an
just a second.
unforeseen circumstance. Hence, we
Yes,
had to
but
do
just
that.
listen to the court. Let the court finish.
As the
You say the disturbances. We are wasting the court's time. We wait for both of you. The other one is nowhere to be found. I mean, once you have got problems, I understand. Then we had to check where is Mr. Sibari. He was also not there. You understand? That is the concern of the court. We close the matter. I hope it will never recur. Continue, Mr. Profi.
Ms. Goran, I'm going to begin with the statement by
Mr. Van Bergen, I don't know whether you forgot to put your hand down or you want to address the court. Thank you.
Apologies, my lady.
Ms. Basha is the representative, apologies, for the NGO, and I'm going to begin our cross-examination by referring to her statement as far as it pertains to you. So can we begin with her statement at page 543? But just for clarity, her statement begins at page 542. The relevant paragraph I wish to begin with is paragraph 4. Which is then on page 543. Please just let me know once you've read paragraph 4.
The council, we just have a bit of problems here to look at the yarn. You said paragraph 4.
Correct.
I have read it, council.
The only thing I wish to take out from this paragraph is that you confirm that you had inspected the first premises of the NGO, the house in Orchids, with Ms. Jacobus and Mr. Lahav.
Julian, is it a male person?
He was a program manager for the district lady.
Is it a male?
Yes.
Is it a male person?
It was a male person, yes.
That's all that I wanted, okay.
You confirm that you were with the two of them at the first premises for Esidimeni Inquest?
Yes, I
That
remember that.
in Orchards.
Correct, my lady.
Yes, continue.
But just for clarity, the users were never transferred there, my lady. She had to find another premise, but I just wanted to get from the witness that she was with them and is aware of the issues surrounding the first premises of the NGO. And that you were aware, that the NGO did not have the money to do any of those proposed changes to the initial premises. You are aware?
That's right.
Mr. Profi, I'm going to ask you to ask one question to the witness. Let the witness respond, and then you proceed to the next question. Give the witness the opportunity, please.
I will do so, my lady. My lady, may I just ask the witness for the purposes of the record, she cannot nod. I move to my next question because she nods. So if she
Yes.
would just say yes, and then I would move on to my next question.
If you don't understand the question, please say so that the question can be clarified. Please listen attentively. Ms. Gordon?
Yes, I'm listening. Can you please repeat the question, Council?
I will do so. The paragraph concludes, I just want to go back to my case lines. The paragraph concludes, I did not have the money to do the changes as proposed. I just want to get from you that you were aware when you did this inspection that the changes you proposed to the NGO to make, you were aware that the NGO did not have the funding to make those changes.
They did not have money. Most of the NGOs did not have money the first 3 months.
So from the start, the NGO did not have money.
That's right, Council.
Thank you. Can we then move to paragraph 5? Please just read paragraph 5 and let me know when you're done.
Yes, what about this
I've
paragraph?
read it
Is the
all.
witness? Okay, are you done? Continue.
Yes.
Okay, may I just get confirmation that the witness has completed reading the paragraph?
Yes, I did.
She has.
My question is very straightforward here. All I want to know is that when Ms. Jacobus and Franz Tobane came to inspect the Marabastad premises and qualified it as compliant, were you with them?
I cannot remember that, Council.
Okay. Now can we then proceed to paragraph 6?
Okay.
When you're done reading it so that I can pose my question.
I have read paragraph, Council.
Were you involved in the transfer of the users from the West Rand facility to the NGO?
No, I wasn't involved, Council.
Do you know who was involved from the department from moving the users from Rand West to the Bush Living Nkosi?
Do you know? Yes or no?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Did you did you visit the NGO at its Marabastad premises?
I have been there when the patients were there.
Come again?
I have been there at some stage when the patients were already there.
Okay.
Is this when they arrived or some time
No, after a few days, yes.
after a few days?
Yes.
Then is it normal for the users to be transferred after hours?
Well, even Sepong was transferred. We landed in Sepong just about 7 o'clock that night.
But in the normal transferring of users, is transferring at 4 and 7 at night usual?
It should be done during the day, as far as I'm concerned.
And then in the few days that followed when the users arrived, when they arrived at the NGO, did Ms. Mbasha bring to your attention the clothing, the diarrhea, all the problems that reflect in paragraph 6?
I was not so much involved with the bootleg with this NGO. We were a few coordinators that were subdivided into different districts. I cannot recall that I was there when they had the diarrhea.
So it is, I'm not going to go into detail in respect of the evidence of Ms. Jacobus, but just for the background, she was allocated. She said that she wasn't aware of the allocation, so nobody was allocated to the NGO. The reason why I posed the majority of the questions to you is because in respect of any representation from the department, it is you and Mr. Tabane who had the most interaction with the NGO. Now, still on paragraph 6, where it states that the files weren't comprehensive. I'm going to peg this point because this is the point relating to the medical records, which Mr. Van Bergen has already placed the evidence on record, and the cross-examination was dealt with. So I don't want to deal with the records here later again. I just want to deal with it in totality. So we're just going to peg that issue that the files weren't comprehensive.
But before you go there, if I may, I don't know whether I'm following what you want to advance here. Isn't it the witness says she was not that much involved with that NGO? The issues that are raised in paragraph 6, how is she going to respond there? I'm just asking myself.
That she came the most from everyone in the department. She came to the NGO in its Marabastad premises and its Centurion premises.
Yes, but what she's saying is that she wasn't that much involved and she can't recall. That is the response that she has just given to you now. I'm just asking myself whether she would, I don't know. Let's hear you what you want to say, but you want to advance it. But I'm just asking myself as to whether this is the relevant person to ask those questions. You may proceed.
I found it relevant because she had visited the...
No. Whether she is the relevant person. Okay, proceed.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go... I just want your comment on when she says most patients were looking very ill and the conditions were more physical than psychiatric. You had testified that an NGO is not a hospital, but a home away from home. So it would be unusual for the NGO to look more... for the conditions to be more physical than psychiatric. Is that correct?
What is the question?
That her evidence is that an NGO is not a hospital, but a home away from home. Ms. Mbasha's statement reflects that the patients were looking very ill and their conditions was more physical than psychiatric. That would not reflect her evidence that an NGO is a home away from home and not a hospital.
Okay.
Obushlebi Nkosi ended up looking like a hospital and not a home away from home.
Counsel, I was not involved with the transfer for the placement of patients at the NGOs.
I accept that. My questions stem from when you went to the NGO and Ms. Mbasha brought her concerns to you, that these were the concerns she had raised to you.
There was an interim plan that after the patients were placed, that the patients would be reshuffled again to place them correctly at a later stage.
Did that happen, that reshuffling?
The reshuffling happened, but not there was not enough space for all these patients to be reshuffled. Like, for example, the psychogeriatrics that Butleb and Kose, they had a lot of psychogeriatric patients, and Tshwane did not have enough psychogeriatric facilities or institutions for this type of patients, unfortunately.
So they ended up at NGOs that they weren't supposed to end up because of the space problem.
Supposed to be there, yes.
They weren't supposed to be there. Thank you. It is on evidence in respect of the linking of an NGO to a clinic. Ms. Anello has testified accordingly, Ms. Jacobus has testified accordingly. I just need your comment in respect that Butleb Nkosi was not linked to a clinic. She had introduced herself to the local clinics, but they advised that she is not linked, nor do they have the budget for her, so they couldn't assist. Were you aware of this?
Was that when they were in Centurion?
Marabastad, when the users arrived.
Yeah, it is actually advisable that NGOs should be linked to clinics, and they should actually have a good relationship with the clinics that they are close to.
But you couldn't have them. Sorry, please finish.
They should have been.
Yes. The
My
question
lady, I was
was
saying they should have been. Oh, sorry.
The question was, were you aware that Butleb Nkosi was not linked to a clinic?
I wasn't aware because Mr. Lau was linking all the NGOs to. He actually compiled the itinerary for all these NGOs that should have been linked to nearby clinics. I'm just surprised because maybe it could have been that Umetluke was then the name Umetluke was used before Butleb Nkosi was used.
But
maybe that could have been the problem.
Where in your statement where it reflects the supporting clinics, Butleb Nkosi's name does not appear there, nor Umashloke. The name never appears on any documentation in respect of linking an NGO to a clinic.
Okay, I think Patricia Mbatsa should have made us aware of that, and that if they were not linked to a clinic, because they should have been linked to the closest clinic.
Now, in respect of the patient that's referred in the paragraph that was sent to the hospital, diagnosed with TB, when he was referred to the Steve Biko Hospital, his condition then deteriorated. Can you confirm that you were made aware of this when you visited the NGO at Marabastad?
Aware of the patient with the TB.
You weren't
Maybe
aware?
one of the other coordinators were. Remember, there was also another team that was involved in visiting the NGOs. It was a Vescopis team. It was also now employed to visit the NGOs.
Apologies, Ms. Godon, you just broke on, I'm not sure if it's just my end, but I just wanted to confirm your response is that you were not aware. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm saying there was also other teams involved to visit the NGOs. There was a Vescopis team that was employed to visit the NGOs also.
Like I had mentioned to you, you visited the most, which is why the questions are posed to you, that you interacted the most from the department with the Butleb Nkosi. It's why I'm posing these questions to you.
And you must also respond, give answers that you know. Don't tell us about other people. Just tell us what you observed yourself. We need facts here. If you don't know, you don't know. If you've got information, you give us the information that you know of.
Okay, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. Then just can you read paragraph 7 of her statement? Page 544.
I've read it, Council.
The only clarification I need on this is whether you have knowledge of the NGO. I beg
My
your
lady, my lady,
Yes, miss.
see, I've been
Yes.
raising my hand, my lady.
I didn't see.
I'm not
I didn't see it.
sure. Yes, my lady. My lady, the problem with these questions are that they are not specific to Miss Gordon. In fact, they are a fishing expedition, my lady. The witness has just been asked if she was aware of the TB patient, and before that, she was asked whether she was present when Mr. Tobane and Anna Jacobus indicated that the NGO approved the NGO. I request, my lady, that my colleague puts the questions that involve this witness. Tell us what the version of Ms. Mbacha will be, instead of asking her whether she was present, whether she was aware of this and that, my lady. That is my suggestion.
Mr. Prophet?
But it is certainly not a fishing expedition. It's either she was there and she can confirm what is written in the paragraph, or she cannot. She wasn't there. So my questions I do not ask any further questions. If my learner colleague says that I'm fishing, I would have asked if she had said I was there. I would have then.
Is there any version that you want to put of your client, even if you have got those questions? Because some of the questions where she indicates that she wasn't there, you keep on asking her some of the questions. I'm just asking myself, why don't you just put the version of your client, which concern this, which concern the witness, if possible?
The audit report reflects to these questions. So once I get to the audit report, it will then be clearer. And I can't not ask these questions, and then the witness in the court will have the background when we moved to the audit report. So whether she is aware of, for example,
what is your client saying with regard to the questions that you are asking her?
That she knows, she has knowledge of these questions that I asked in the meetings.
But I haven't heard you putting the version of your client to her. Did you do that?
I want to complete the statement where it contains and is in respect of this witness. Once she has commented on that statement, I can then go through the evidence that was uploaded in respect of what followed from her statement.
Ms.
I
Tota?
can leave her statement out and just refer to the evidence.
Ms. Tota?
My lady, I persist with my objection. If Mr. Profi has any evidence against the reports, then he must go straight to the reports, my lady, so that the witness can answer to that.
Okay.
Otherwise, now we are just wasting time, my lady. I submit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Profi, just look at your line of questioning the witness. Please, we shouldn't be wasting time for things that we don't know.
But it is the purpose not to find out when the court says things we don't know.
Yes, we want you to direct us, because what's the point of us listening to a lot of things which are not going to help the court?
I will do so.
Maybe is the how you ask questions. Maybe let's hear you. Ms. Talker, can you just, I don't know whether you want to say something, but just put your hand down.
Now, in light of
okay, thank you.
In light of the evidence that I'm going to move on, my lady. In light of the evidence given that there was space issues and some of these users should not have ended up at the NGO. I seek your comment in respect of, were you aware of the criteria of the NGO?
Council, I was aware that Patricia only preferred to have female patients. That I was aware of.
And then in respect...
But I wasn't... Pardon?
No, please finish. You weren't aware?
I wasn't placing the patients, so the ones that they sent male patients to, it was not within my knowledge. I guess they didn't have enough female patients, so...
And then in respect...
They ended up with male patients.
I can move on from the male patients. My question is in respect of users with chronic mental disabilities versus severe ailments. Do you have knowledge as to which which type of user the NGO was supposed to receive.
Chronic psychiatric disability.
Chronic, thank you. We will go into detail with that when we get to the audit report. Can we then move to page, I just want to get this correct, my lady, 11089. This is the Tshwane District Hospital, the medical file for Mr. Ryan William.
Yes.
I can see that, Council.
I apologize for this back and forth. There is just, I need you to have the background from the statement in order for us to just facilitate or bring this discharge report into perspective. I just need you then, it's important first to read paragraph 8 at page 544. I apologize for the up and down.
Paragraph 8, page 584.
544, my lady.
544.
Correct. If she can just read paragraph 8 and let me know when she's done.
I have read it, Council.
Now, please understand that I don't have the benefit of having read. I think Ms. Kota's hand is up again, my lady. Sorry, I'm on case lines and not on Teams.
Yes, Ms. Kota.
My lady, I object again, my lady. The witness has indicated that she was only present when the mental health care users were transferred from Waverley to Tshepong. Now, making the witness read the statement regarding the mental health care users that were transferred to Buhlebekhosi, especially at the time of the arrival, my lady. This line of questioning, my lady, is wasting time. I persist, my lady.
Mr. Profi.
My lady, again, perhaps my learned friend is, I'm not asking these questions on the basis that she was involved in the transfer. I'm asking these questions on the basis that when she went to the NGO, Ms. Mbasha had told her about these users. And so I merely want her comment or her viewpoint on what was done in respect, if she has knowledge of these users that were at Buhlebekhosi when she would visit and they would discuss these users.
Ms. Kota.
My lady, if then my learned friend can just put the questions directly to the witness without referring us to the documents.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Profi, that's why I said maybe it's the how about. Mr. Berhan, before I conclude this one.
Thank you, my lady. The question that my learned friend, Mr. Profi, says he wants to pose to this witness has already been asked and answered. He has already indicated, the question was already asked whether
she was aware of a patient who had TB, something like that.
Well,
is that the one?
But prior to that, my lady, and my apologies for interrupting your ladyship.
No, I'm just, as you are talking, I'm also applying my mind. Continue.
She the question was whether Ms. Mbatha had brought to this witness's attention the issue of patients having diarrhea and records that were incomplete and so forth. And she said she was not so much involved and she cannot do that. So that question has already been asked and answered, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, please refrain from repeating the questions.
My lady, I think perhaps if I do this, it will be of assistance to my colleagues. I wanted to do the report on its own, but I think I should just get to it now. I just want to get to the relevant page, since there seems to be an issue. Give me a second to find the audit report. Mary, if the court may turn to page 471, this is the audit report in respect of the Esidimeni Inquest.
471.
Correct. My lady, I'm only going to address one particular aspect so that if we pass this aspect, I will then see if the court will then allow me to complete my questions, and then perhaps my questions would then make more sense to the court and as well as my colleagues who have made an objection. So I'm only going to ask one question in pertaining to the report and then see if I can then continue with my line of questioning.
Proceed. Let's hear the question let's hear the question, please.
So in respect of the report, it reflects the license and subsidies. Do you see the numbers on licenses 50 and the current clients is 36? Do you see that?
Are you there, Ms. Gordon?
What
Page 471.
471, okay. I could see it already.
Do you recall why you had stated that 40 users were transferred to the NGO and 3 were transferred to CRCC, and then the first deceased in the statement, which is why I referred you to that statement, William Ryan, had died, which is why there was then 36 users. In completing this audit report, you were then aware that there were only 36 patients at the NGO. So you were aware of William Ryan having passed and 3 users having been transferred to CRCC when you completed this audit report. Is that correct?
I cannot recall.
Then I then want to refer you to an email sorry, my lady, this was not my intended flow of examination, so I just want to make the point so that I can proceed. The 19th of October 2016, once you had visited the NGO a number of times, There were issues. She had requested a meeting. You guys had a meeting on the 19th of October 2016. The letter, or the agenda rather, the agenda and the minutes of the meeting, which reflects at page 37361. Can you go to that page?
37361.
Correct, my lady. Ms. Gonna please just let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
This pertains to the minutes to the meeting that took place between you and the NGO. Can you tell the court who was present at that meeting?
Does she recall this?
Do you recall?
I think Mr. Lau was present.
So it was you, Mr. Lahau, and the representation of the NGO.
That's right.
In the meeting, you discussed the types of patients, and it was expressed that 14 patients were elderly and needed specialized care and support. The purchasing of adult napkins were adversely affecting the budget. Chronic diseases was discussed, that 15 patients in total need to be monitored on a daily basis for hypertension, diabetes, and it impacted the resources of the NGO. Rental, the NGO had a rental increase when it moved at Marabastad. It didn't have to pay rent. At Lansura and Centurion, it did, which impacted their funding, general financial status. So the reason why I'm putting this in brief, my lady, to the witness is that the witness did have knowledge of the deceased as reflected in paragraph 8, because they were discussed in this meeting, which is why I stated that I'm not asking this witness on the basis of her being present at the transfer, but on her interactions with the NGO. The NGO, Ms. Mbasha, complained to her, and thus she's aware of the users.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. May I just take a direction from the court? May I then proceed with my original line of questioning?
Yes, but you should just be careful of the questions, the way you put them to the witness. Don't repeat questions, please. Continue.
I'm not going to be. Now that we've read paragraph 8, we've established that you had a meeting with the NGO, that they had expressed their concerns to you in respect of, and that at the time of the meeting there was only 36 users left at the NGO. So now I want to take you with that knowledge. Can we now go to page, I hope with no objection once we have that set out, if we can go to page 11089.
I am there, counsel.
Again, just for clarity, this is the discharge summary report for William Ryan at the Tshwane District Hospital. So he arrived at the NGO on the 24th of June 2016. That's correct.
How does she know this document? If you can go backwards so that you can be sure that this is the medical report of Mr. William Ryan.
My lady, what does my lady mean by backwards?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you just refer me straight to this page, I just see medical records until I go to page 11086. Then I can see that the name is reflected here.
His name is on this page, my lady. It's discharge summary sheet, the logo, Tshwane District Hospital.
Anywhere where it reflects the name? Okay, no, I see this on page. Let me see. Okay.
11089.
It's not that legible enough. Yeah, I see the name is there. Okay. Proceed.
His date of birth, his sex. I just wanted to refer to you as the date of admission to give you the background. He arrives at the NGO on the 24th of June. He, as the statement reflects, she assesses him. She sees he's not well. She takes him to the hospital on the 1st of July, where he is then, if we go down, it's admission, provisional diagnosis, primary diagnosis, and other significant conditions. Now I rely on your nursing experience here, that you would agree with me that this discharge report reflects that he was diagnosed with, is it preliminary TB?
Preliminary. Pulmonary. Should be pulmonary.
My lady, if I may assist, it reads pulmonary TB.
Thank you so much to my senior. And then the other significant condition is bronchopneumonia. If we page down, still on page 11089, there's 3 columns which read pre-hospitalization medication, medication hospital, and then I cannot see what medication for discharge. Pre-hospitalization medication, there's nothing there. The only thing I wish to point out in medication in hospital and medication for discharge is that he was then given I think it's Rifapin, which is, I'm instructed, is TB medication. Do you see that?
Where is that?
My lady, there at the bottom of page 11089, there are 3 columns. Pre-hospital medication with a line through it, medication in hospital, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 medications dispensed in hospital, and then various medications given upon discharge. I only wish to put it to this witness that no medication respective TB was given to to Mr. Ryan Williams. He was in hospital on the 1st, diagnosed with TB and given TB medication and released with TB medication. That is what this report suggests.
It's not that legible, but all right. Does it make sense, Ms. Gordon? Can you respond to this? If you don't know, you don't know.
Medication in hospital.
Are you on the same page?
Which page is that, my lady?
11089.
Okay. Pulmonary TB, bronchopneumonia.
What page are you, ma'am?
11089, my lady.
Yes, but now the question has been asked. We have been waiting.
I don't see any medication.
At the bottom of the page, there are 3 columns. Do you see them? Pre-hospital medication.
Yeah, it's not that legible. I've got a problem. Medication in hospital.
There's nothing. And then
Correct.
medication in hospital is Risperdal.
I can't read what is written there myself.
My lady, if I may be up, I'm wary to upload it without changing, unless I share my screen, my lady. The copy I have
Yes,
is.
you can do that.
Is the court in a position to see the screen?
This is much better. Can you see that, Miss Gordon?
I cannot see, my lady.
He has sent us the screen. Just look at the screen.
So pre-hospital medication, there is nothing. Medication in hospital.
Do you follow, Miss Gordon?
Okay, now I can see. Yes. The medication in hospital, rifampicin, is anti-TB. I don't know what is that. Epilum. What is the second one?
That's as far as I need you to go. Is
it possible for us to get this page, because we don't have this page?
If the evidence leader will allow, if I can email it to the evidence leader for him to upload.
All right. Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, that page appears on, it's 11112, I think, if I may just make sure.
11?
12. I just want to make sure, my lady, because I photocopied it and the page numbers changed, so let's just check. Alternatively, I can't remember. No, it might be. The lady will bear with me.
What page is it? 1112.
No, I think it's 11118, my lady.
11118.
Yes, my lady. Unfortunately, my case lines is terribly slow this morning, so I'm struggling to get to the page on case lines.
112. My lady, it is on 11112. You can see it clearly there.
What appears on what appears on my page is not the same, unless if I don't understand. I can see that this is something from the laboratory, Tshwane academic laboratory, in respect of the same patient, William Ryan.
Sorry, my lady, it's 11112.
11112.
As your lady, please.
Not 8, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Every morning.
Yes, this looks like, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. van Bergen. Mr. Profi, this is now 17 minutes past 11.
Oh, sorry, my lady.
I think it is the opportune time for us to take the tea break. We can resume at 11:05. The witness is warned.
Lady, may I please have the time again? I didn't hear the time. We'll return at
11:35.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, with the greatest of respect, this witness is not in a position to comment on issues of when and where the diagnosis should have been made. She does not know what the facts were.
Can the witness, when, just a second, Miss Gordon, when questions, objections are raised, please immediately you just step aside, and then you must also mute yourself so that I don't know whether you are hearing all these things. I don't want you to be hearing the debates that are going on. Proceed, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I submit that this is not an appropriate question to put to this witness. Firstly, she is not a medical practitioner. The diagnosis of something like pulmonary TB is a medical diagnosis, not a nursing diagnosis.
Thank you.
Diagnoses by nurses are limited to a very small sphere. So she cannot comment on when and where a diagnosis should or could have been made.
Thank you. Mr. Prophet.
My lady, that is exactly why I laid the foundation in respect of those reports for the court to see the when and the where. That is why.
Yes, but now you are faced with this objection. I want to hear your response. We understand what you have been doing, but now here is the question. According to you, can this witness be in a position to respond to what you have just asked her now?
I believe so, my lady. I believe that her nursing qualification, her current duties, and what I just put her through with her expertise entitles her to say of what I showed her when he was diagnosed, when he came to the NGO, it couldn't have happened at a bush level Inquest. She can either then say she doesn't have the expertise to answer the question, or based on what I showed her, it couldn't have been at a bush level.
But she's not a medical doctor, you agree?
I agree, my lady.
Okay. All right, you can move on. Miss, where is the witness? Can the witness come back?
My lady. I'm here, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Prophet.
Can we then just go back to Ms. Mbosh's statement, paragraph 9, page 544.
544.
Page?
544, paragraph 9. I don't need her to read the entire paragraph.
9.
I just need the witness to read until there was nothing they could do.
Just nothing they could do.
Have you read it, Ms. Kuram?
Have they read, counsel?
Okay. I just need your comment in respect that you did tell Ms. Mbasha that there was nothing you could do to assist her.
My lady, at a later stage, there was an interim plan that was instituted to support the NGO. Our then supervisor was Mr. Makudu. And then Mr. Malau was mandated to use the petty cash.
But before we go there, just answer the question. The question was whether you agree with the contents, the statement as put to you by Mr. Prophet. Do you agree that you told her that there was nothing that could be done?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
So then can we, may I then move on, my lady?
Yes, you can.
So in respect of this, there's nothing that could be done, is what then inspired her to arrange for the meeting, because the suffering of the users persisted. So I previously referred you to page 37361 which is the meeting that was had. So that meeting then comes from the issues. I'm not going to deal with them in immense detail. I merely just seek your comment in respect of there is nothing that could be done when this meeting was had on the 19th of October. The type of patients, the NGO's issue was the elderly, was taking away from their finances. Ms. Sanello, in respect of you having been able to do something, Ms. Sanello gave evidence that she had recommended that the license be changed. So would issue number 1 not have been resolved by merely changing the license of the NGO?
Do you understand, Ms. Gordon?
I remember very well that Mr. Jacobus did not change the license.
Did you ask her to change the license?
The current license was only for adults. So according to Mrs. Patricia Mabasa, she had 14 elderly patients. And the only way it was going to be corrected is to change the license. But I don't think it was done.
It wasn't. Then in respect of the second issue she raised with you, being the users with chronic diseases, did you ensure that the NGO had the medical equipment to handle or facilitate the required medication to the users?
Patients with comorbidities like hypertension and diabetes, they were supposed to have a blood pressure machine and a glucose machine. So with the subsidy that they receive, they're supposed to use it for human resource, for goods and services, and for admin purposes. So it was for them to buy these things. They should have had it in place when they received their subsidy, because by then it was already in October 2016.
Are we on this? Okay, we will get to the point of the subsidy form. You acknowledge though that they didn't have the equipment they didn't have the blood pressure machines, or you didn't ensure, department didn't ensure that they had these machines. That's correct. Can you hear me, Ms. Goodon?
Yes, Council.
I didn't get the answer.
The department did not issue any of these. It was the NGO's responsibility to buy them with the subsidy remuneration.
Thank you. The issue of rental, as we discussed earlier, the NGO didn't have to pay rent at Marabastad, but it did have to then start paying rent in Lensira and Centurion, which hampered the finances of the NGO immensely. You then referred you referred them to a Paultrina in the finance department. She wrote to Paultrina, if we need to go there, we can go there, but I don't want to belabor the point in respect of the rent. And she had indicated to both you and Ms. Jacobus that the rent increase is going to greatly impact the NGO's ability to look after the users. And that's where that matter was left. There was no response from you or a further response from the finance department. You didn't follow up on the issue.
I cannot
No, please.
Sorry, Council. I cannot remember if Mrs. Paultrina Kanyaho interceded at that stage, because she was the financial manager at the district.
If I then may, I just want clarity on if she interceded. She had forwarded an email, or she had responded to Ms. Mbosh's email in respect of the rent and asked for clarity. And you didn't respond to that email.
I was hoping that Ms. Kanyago was supposed to clear that matter with them.
Okay, so just for clarity, that issue was then never cleared up or responded to, but I'll move on. Sorry, madam, my case finance has now gone out of the minute meeting. The last aspect relates to the general financial status. The issue in respect of, this is where the issue of the startup comes in, that I'm not going into great detail or or at all because it wasn't given. But from the inception of the NGO, you were aware that they didn't have the finances, which is why in November, the financial issue still persisted.
Council, in the first 3 months, the NGOs were not given any funds, but in August, they started receiving and were back paid from April.
But you would agree with me that the elderly issue was a difficulty for the NGO in terms of finances.
It was very difficult because psychogeriatrics have more needs than adults because they have nappies, and under normal circumstances, when a person become older, they normally regress back to childhood. So their needs become more and more and more.
Now, on this issue of subsidy, we've concluded on the letter. There is
I'm not done with that issue. I thought you have dealt with it. Are you going back to it?
I never spoke on the issue of the subsidy, my lady.
Okay, let's hear.
If we can then go to page 416 of your statement in respect of the status of subsidy. I think it's 8, paragraph 8. So if we go to page 416, paragraph 8, status for application of subsidy. This pertains to the teams that will assist with the completion of the subsidy claim forms. Just let me know when you're there, please.
Yes, I am there, Council.
So you would explain that things like the equipment would have been purchased from the subsidy claim forms. If we have a look at the 15 NGOs listed there, Esidimeni Inquest's name is not there, which would then conclude that the team was not allocated to them to assist in the completion of the subsidy claim forms.
Yes.
Council, I think this is a mistake because some of these NGOs that I mentioned here did not even receive life Esidimeni patients. Like Heaven's Hero, Titular Center, Love Disciples.
They should not have been allocated a team to assist them with the subsidy forms because they didn't get users from Life Esidimeni.
Those ones that I mentioned.
Now, my question is the alternative, that Esidimeni Inquest did get users from Life Esidimeni, and thus a team should have been allocated to them to assist with the subsidy claim forms, but a team was not allocated to them. So they were not assisted with the subsidy claim forms.
I cannot really recall, but I think it could have been just a mistake.
Thank you.
Because they wouldn't have gotten a subsidy if they were not assisted.
Then can we then turn to page, I have now concluded the aspect of the subsidy, 37336. 336, my lady. This is an email sent from the British Ambassador, the representative for the NGO, on the 23rd of November. The subject reads frail patients. It was sent to Ms. Sinello, yourself, and Mr. Lahal. Would you like a minute to read the content of the email?
Yes. Yes, I've seen it, Council.
She had brought to, now in the contents of paragraph 8, in respect of these two users, she had brought it to your attention that she needs your help for the place to place them in a suitable old age home. You agree with me?
Yes, Council. Do we really had a challenge with psychogeriatric institutions? And,
Did you receive
our order?
Sorry.
Yes.
You received
wanted to say something. Continue. Miss Gordon, it appears you were still giving evidence, then counsel interfered. You can just finish what you wanted to tell the court.
I said we had a challenge, my lady, with psychogeriatric institutions in Tshwane. So it was difficult to find an old age home with psychogeriatric problems as well. So it was really difficult for us to find an alternate place for these two gentlemen. And I think that's the reason why they had to stay where they were. And in the first place, they were wrongly placed. They were not supposed to be sent to Butreb and Kosi.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. So who is responsible for wrongly placing these two users?
Those that have done the replacement, I don't know if they came from Waverley or Randfontein, but there were people allocated to do the placement at Waverley and Randfontein.
Do you know who those people are?
Well, at Waverley it was Dr. Sophie and Mrs. Sinello, and at Randfontein it was Mrs. Salome Mashile and Frida Sinello.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. I then just want to move on. Malady, if I may just have a second to just, some of this has been answered, so I don't want to repeat any of the evidence. Ms. Gordon, your evidence in cross-examination by Mr. van Bergen is that it is important for the NGOs to individually assess each mental health care user to apprise itself of the condition of each user, and you agreed with that. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
So you had also testified that an NGO is not a hospital, but a home away from home. So would adequately completed medical records not be the first point of reference for an NGO to apprise itself of the conditions that the user it receives suffers from?
Can you just repeat that again, please?
Sure. So you had Mr. Brown put it to you that the NGOs should have individually assessed each user in order to apprise itself of the conditions the users had. I'm then asking you, in light of a bush levy in Kosi, they didn't get the subsidy, there was no team, they didn't have the equipment to assess the NGOs, didn't have the finances, they weren't paid for the first 3 months. So in light of that, the medical records they received, would that not be the first point of reference for the NGO to apprise itself of the condition of each user?
I guess it was right that the NGOs would have done that.
Would have relied on the records to understand the users they got.
Yes, because they need the medical records. And they have a criteria. They can't just take any kind of patient. It was clearly said by Patricia that they received the wrong type of criteria of patients.
You testify that it was important for mental health care users to have the correct documentation. Mr. Van Brachen then stopped you and stated that he's not dealing with that right now. So I'd like to deal with that now. Mr. Van Brachen put it to you that proper audits and insurance that NGOs complies with standards is the foundation stone to the safety of the users. And you agreed with him.
That's right, Council.
So the audits were the foundation stone to the safety of the users. Would you then agree with me that updated medical records is also the foundation stone to the safety of the users?
That's right.
Mr. Verbergen further gave you the background that it is not strange for patients to be transferred without an entire file. They are only obligated to transfer a user with a discharge report, a periodic report with a prescription, and a transfer form. That is the minimum that is needed to accompany a user. You recall that evidence, correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, I just need clarity on this point. So under normal circumstances, say for example, when a user is being transferred to an existing NGO, what documents did that NGO receive in normal circumstances?
To a normal existing NGO.
Correct. So if just in a normal circumstance, if a user left Life Esidimeni and went to an existing NGO, what documents would that NGO receive?
In a normal circumstances, we should need a full medical history of the patient.
So did they receive the minimum requirement or did they receive the entire file?
No, they just received the minimum.
The existing NGOs also received the minimum.
Some of them, not all of them.
So others would receive a complete file.
That's what I was told.
You see, this issue of medical records, are you talking about the medical records?
Yes, my lady.
Because I think we have got sufficient evidence regarding it. Now the witness is telling you about something that she was told. She said that is what she was told.
But I just want to know from the witness that in a normal circumstance.
Yeah, but you should be careful some of the questions because I think we have got enough evidence. There were a lot of witnesses who testified about the medical records.
Yes,
yes. So I don't know where are we going because we keep on repeating some of the issues.
But I just needed clarity that yes, that's why I'm not going into the medical reports because all of them said that Mr. Van Brachen even put it to the witness that perhaps the NGOs expected more than what they were supposed to have gotten. So I just want to know from this witness, not in the narrative.
She's telling you about the things that she was told. Okay, continue. I think this one of medical records, you are done with it. Are you done with it?
Is my lady telling me to move on? The witness didn't
Please,
answer the
we
question.
do so because we've got sufficient evidence on it.
My difficulty stems from this, is that yesterday, Mr. Van Bergen put it to the witness in respect, he stopped her in respect of the medical records issue because she couldn't give specific users that had problems with their records. So, and that is now on the record, and as my lady had said, there's ample evidence on the record that says that they were satisfied with the state of the medical records from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. And she couldn't proceed with the evidence because she could not give specific names. So what I'm trying to get to this witness is, now that I'm dealing with medical evidence with her and we get to specific names, we cannot allow the record to just reflect one thing and there is the possibility of another.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Nilo testified that I'm now discussing specifically a periodic report. Mr. Nilo's evidence is that a periodic report needed to be done annually. Would you agree with her?
Would be done annually.
Correct.
The very first periodical is done within the first 6 months by a medical doctor, and then thereafter it's done annually by either professional nurse, occupational health nurse, or social worker.
And in your position at the time of the marathon and your current position, do you deal with periodic reports?
The Mental Health Review Board issues the periodical review boards directly to the NGOs.
And so all the periodic reports would then have to be from January 2015, if we're doing it annually.
It depends on in what month the NGO or the person was discharged.
So
and in 6 months thereof, it must be completed by the doctor, and then thereafter annually every year.
So let's start from the back end. If the NGO received the users on the 24th of June 2016,
yes,
each user's periodic report would then have to be no later than June 2015. But for the benefit of the year, we can then just say January 2015 would be the latest time a periodic report would be completed. Is that correct?
Within 6 months, yes.
What do you mean within 6 months?
You were giving an example of June 2016.
Correct.
And then 6 months after that, it will be December.
No, we're going backwards, Ms. Kodam. We're not going forward with the NGO. When the NGO receives the periodic report in that file for that user, that periodic report should be dated no earlier than January 2015, because you had said that a periodic report is done annually.
Yes, but for the very first time, it's done within 6 months.
Within 6 months. So I can agree with you. So you're saying that when these users were admitted to Life Esidimeni, it would be the first 6 months they would do a periodic, and then a year thereafter. So, which is why my conclusion to you is the latest periodic table would be January 2015. So can we then turn to page 37330?
37330. I am there, Council.
Sorry, I am not. My case files is taking some time. Please just give me a second. So this user, Eben Alvera, This is their periodic report.
My lady, my apologies for interrupting my learned friend. This is one of the reports which does not relate to any of the deceased that this court is seized with.
But I've made a ruling with regard to that. I thought we were dealing with William Ryan.
No, my lady.
Yes, but I gave a ruling. I think Mr. Van Bergen raised this issue to say, even Ms. Koka, that these periodical reports, they don't relate to any of the users that the court has to deal with. Can the witness step aside, please? Mr. Profi, I don't know where are we going with this, because two of your colleagues have indicated that these periodical reports are irrelevant. And I think I made a ruling with regard to that.
Mary, the point is, and it's what my lady and I just belabored now with my lady, that on the record is that everything was satisfactory. What I'm showing the court is that everything was not satisfactory.
But why do we have to deal with irrelevant evidence? If these users are not going to assist the court, why deal with them? Why don't you deal with those that will assist the court?
Because
we cannot just pick up each and every evidence, each and every part of.
It's not picking up, my lady. It stems from Mrs. Van Bergen stopping the evidence of this witness because she didn't have any specific user. What I'm bringing to this court is that he cross-examined her and she couldn't give a specific user that had these problems, and that was on record. So now I'm showing the court that there are specific scenarios where the records were not satisfactory. He didn't deal with any of the deaths. It was the general, he just generally put things to the witness, and now I want to deal with it specifically as he instructed the.
Can I also hear Ms. Koka regarding this? Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. It is not entirely clear what my learned friend seeks to achieve with this evidence, but the impression I gain is that he wants to argue that the lack of records or alleged lack of records is a factor that contributed or caused deaths amongst the mental health care users that this inquiry relates to.
But he needs to explain to us. We shouldn't assume that is what he's going to tell us.
Yes, my lady. So if he can make clear what the end result is that he's aiming at, I can address it in more particularity.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Koka. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, it would be better if my learned friend was putting the version of Ms. Mbacha in this regard. It's really difficult to understand.
I'm having it difficult to follow even myself. That's why, yes. Mr. Profi.
But lady, I understand the difficulty the court is in. I am in too, which is why
we need you. You are the one who's cross-examining the witness. We cannot just allow each and every question. You are the one who is the cross-examiner here. You must assist us.
Correct, my lady.
You become surprised when people object. It's because we don't understand where you're going with this evidence. And when we ask you the question, you are not answering.
My lady, it's why after Mr. Van Bergen's cross-examination, I'd asked the court.
We understand there was this cross-examination, but what do you want to achieve with regard to this question?
That when he put certain things to the witness, it is with it just sprays it puts all the NGOs under one umbrella. And thus, I have to separate Ebuhlebhi Inkosi from those general submissions that are made, because if the court makes a finding on any of that and includes Ebuhlebhi Inkosi under that umbrella, when that is not the case, there needs to be evidence on the record that separates it from the general umbrella of the evidence before the court. That if general statements are put and the witness agrees and says NGO should have, the duties of an NGO, you did get satisfactory records, you did this, you did that, and Ebuhlebhi Inkosi, that's not the case for it. It has to be on the
Can I hear Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. Lady, as I've mentioned to your ladyship before, we have an inquest, we have no pleadings, we have no charge sheet, so it's difficult to determine relevance. But the one thing that we do have that's identifiable as an origin for relevance is it must relate to somebody who is
Yes.
alleged to have passed away. Perhaps what Mr. Profi can do is, if it's his version or his client's version, that an individual who is admitted to this NGO suffered some harm because of the lack of records, he can just put that particular version.
Where does this come from? I don't know whether it is from your side.
Unless it's on my end, I couldn't hear Mr. Martin.
Yes, it's from your side. We also couldn't
No,
hear you.
I feel ugly about TV, so I ate it. And then I think I'm home.
Thank you, my lady. I think there might have been somebody who wasn't on mute. So that's been the issue. My lady, I was simply saying that if Mr. Profi's client's version is that an individual suffered in some way because of the lack of records, he can just put that as a fact to this witness. If that's not what the version is going to be that's coming out, and we're merely testing notions and we're testing generalities.
That's the difficulty that I'm experiencing. I don't know whether he will follow what you are saying, because we've been asking him. I mean, previously you said the same thing, but it appears that the questions are, he's just repeating the same questions.
As it pleases your ladyship.
Because I even indicated that it seems it is the how, because up to now we don't know what is the version of his client.
Yes.
Miss Marriott, thank you, Mr. Martin. Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to add that similar facts at this point in time is inadmissible evidence before this court, because we're not dealing with a modus operandi that has been established.
Okay.
If that is the point Advocate Profi want to get. Yeah.
But this is an investigation even then. Mr. Profi, please assist the court. I'm struggling also to follow your questioning, your line of questioning.
My lady, previously, then I need direction from the court then, my lady, because when I previously...
No, assist, just tell us where you're going with this evidence, because we understand you keep on telling us that somebody cross-examined about a point you want to prove that, but where is the version of your client? So that the issues can be clear. We don't understand.
Which is why I took the court to her statement and read the statement for the entire version to be before.
Is it difficult to put the version of your client to the witness so that we can just lay this matter to rest? Because now we're running in cycles.
My lady, then the difficulty I face is that previously in my cross-examination when I did that, the evidence leader had objected and said that I need to refer to the witness to a document, and I cannot just say things.
You have referred to documents, we understand, right? But then where are we getting? If you can just complete that line of cross-examination. But even now, we are lost. We don't know where we're going. You are the one who must assist us, because you want that evidence for the court to take it into consideration, you know? But
Correct.
We still don't know what the version of your client is.
In respect of?
The very same fact, the very same questions that have led to this debate. Because if the questions were clear, there wouldn't be any cross-examination. There wouldn't be any objections that are being raised. That is why I'm saying it is the how you ask the questions.
Noted, my lady. May I continue?
I hope you are listening, because now we are repeating the same thing. The very same objections are being repeated now. All right. Can the witness come back?
I'm back, lady.
Please, when we start debating the issues, you just step aside. Continue.
Do that, my lady.
In concluding Ms. Godon, in concluding the aspect of medical records, as Ms. Sanello and you had testified, that the importance of a periodic table enables an NGO to understand the user it has. Ms. Nbashi's version is that these records were out of date and she could not look after the NGOs, or she couldn't understand the conditions they had because those records were outdated. What is your comment to that?
Can you please clarify that, Council?
In respect to the periodic reports, they were dated between 2011 and 2013. So when she received the users with those outdated periodic reports, she was not abreast with the conditions that they were suffering from.
Yes, I also saw that, but the periodicals were not sent by me, so I don't know how come they were so outdated.
Who were they sent from?
Do you know?
The review board.
Come again? The review board.
And the normal circumstances, the review board does that.
Is that the review board of the department or the review board of Life Esidimeni?
Review board of the department.
Yeah. Then, if we can then move to, so, no, we can move on. If I may just be given a second to just find my bearings to move on as the court wants me to. In respect of the licenses, there are two licenses on record, one for chronic and one for severe. Ms. Mbasha was acknowledges the chronic license. Do you know how the severe disability license came about?
I did not issue the licenses, but the one is supposed to be severe and profound intellectually disabled, and the one is chronic psych.
Sorry, Miss, there's an objection.
Yes, Ms. Tuka.
Apologies.
My lady, I wanted to object to that question because this witness was not responsible for issuing
She
licenses.
has already responded to say she didn't issue the licenses. Can we move on? Thank you.
In respect of the audit findings.
Just put your hand down. Continue. In respect of?
The audit finding, we'd already gone through the aspects that you were aware of the user that died and the 3 that were transferred to CRC, so I'm not going to go through that again. What I do want to go through is to confirm that in your audit report, you stated that the family contact is 15. Ms. Mbasha's version is that only 4 users had contact with family. Then further in respect of the audit report, she only had 1 enrolled nurse, 2 senior professional nurses, and 2 kitchen staff. Her total staff complement was 15 and not as it reflects in your audit report. Do you have a comment to that?
You want to comment?
Okay, on what page was that?
Correct. This sense it's just taking time to scroll down. Do you need me to address in terms of the family or in terms of the staff complement? The audit report begins at page 469. The personnel reflects at 472. Ms. Anello says that the NGO only had 1 enrolled nurse, 2 senior professional nurses, and 2 kitchen staff.
Did Mrs. Anello say so?
Ms. Mbasha, the representative for the NGO.
And according to this report, there's no enrolled nurses.
Correct.
There is no?
Enrolled nurses.
I can't hear you.
Enrolled nurses, my lady.
There's no enrolled nurses. Is that what you are saying?
That is what Mr. Profi is saying.
Okay, I don't understand you.
If I may be of assistance, that the
Yes, please.
audit report says that there are no enrolled nurses. Ms. Mbasha says that there was 1 enrolled nurse. Do you have a comment to that?
There could have been a mistake.
Come again? It could have been a mistake.
Yes, because there's nothing written there at enrolled nurses, my lady.
And then in respect of senior professional nurses, you indicated in your audit that there is 1 when she in fact had 2.
I know she herself is a professional nurse.
And that there was another senior nurse. There were 2 of them.
Maybe we didn't count her because we thought that she was.
You thought she was?
Yeah, I know.
Hmm?
We know that Miss Patricia was a professional nurse.
But you didn't count her because?
No, I'm saying maybe we didn't count the other. She could have been the manager then, because normally the professional nurses at the NGOs are the managers.
Okay.
Nurse
So you only
manager.
put 1 because you didn't include Ms. Mbasha.
I cannot recall why I didn't do that.
And then in respect of kitchen staff, that appears to be a 1 when she in fact had 2 kitchen staff. Then
we normally ask the personnel of the NGO, and then this is the amounts that they give us. So maybe Patricia wasn't there at the day that we took this information, but I cannot recall why is it 1 and not 2.
could it also not be that the information in this report is not fully accurate because you did it from the top of your head when you were in Dr. Manamela's offices? You testified she wanted something in black and white. So from the top of your head,
by Dr. Manamela.
You just wrote an audit report in respect of the Esidimeni Inquest.
Yes, I was told to write what I could remember.
Then if we can just go back to the, then in respect of the date of inspection being 9 September 2016, Ms. Mbasha's version is that you were never at the NGO on the 9th of September 2016.
What is the response? Ms. Gordon?
I cannot recall, my lady. It's 8 years ago, so I really cannot recall.
Okay. Then, in respect of the ratios, this is for clarity, the NGO was supposed to get chronic patients, and that ratio differs from the severe profound ratio. So am I correct? Am I correct that I would use the severe profound ratio because that is the users that she had received?
Yes, and the severe and profound is 1 to 5.
Is 1 to 5. So Ms. Mbasha's version is that she did not have the sufficient staff complement to assist her in looking after the users due to the funding issue.
Funding issue was a real challenge.
And that would then impact why she couldn't have a 1 to 5 ratio, you would agree?
That's right.
Then 2 nurses accompanied the department when the users were transferred. Do you know the names of these 2 nurses?
It accompanied to?
Accompanied the users from Randwest to the NGO. Do you know the names of those 2 nurses?
I really don't know their names.
Then Ms. Foster asked you the question, who is responsible to ensure that the NGOs were ready so that you and Ms. Jacobus didn't have to run around? Your answer was the NGO management and the district. So it is my difficulty to understand that you would put responsibility on the NGO management. In particular, Esidimeni Inquest, the version is that she couldn't be held responsible because of the finance, the incorrect users, all that entire meeting that was had, all those complaints that she had. How do you then attribute blame to the NGO management for you and Mr. Jacobus running around?
Can you just repeat that for me, please, Council?
Sure. I'll try to keep it more brief. Mrs. Foster asked you who was responsible to ensure that the NGOs were ready so that you and Mr. Jacobus didn't have to run around. Your answer was NGO management and the district. So, in light of everything that you've testified in respect of Esidimeni Inquest, as well as the meeting that you had with her, how do you attribute responsibility to Ms. Mbasha as the NGO management in getting the NGO ready and preventing you and Ms. Jacobus from running around?
Council, this was not done under normal circumstances, so everybody had to put in their hands to assist. And it was just a difficult situation altogether because there were no resources and everybody was just trying to assist wherever possible.
So what could the NGO management have done?
You expected from the NGOs to assist.
You expected the NGOs to assist?
I said everybody had to assist because this was just a hurried process altogether. We just wanted everything to be in place.
Then in conclusion, Ms. Mbasha's evidence that it was not to the, and there is a plethora of evidence on the record in respect of the movement of users. So the only aspect I wish to get your comment on is that Ms. Mbasha's version is that the movement of the users, both from Life Esidimeni, then to the NGO, then the NGO moving as it did, was not to the best interest of the users. You would agree with that?
We tried our utmost best to get things in place. And with the relocation of NGOs, we were not involved, we were sidelined.
Then in respect of the 2 deceased, Ms. Mbasha, on the basis of that email...
the 2 deceased, which is who and who? And is it Ryan William?
No, my lady, Ryan William is not the two
Okay.
that died after the meeting. May I just... The two last names in paragraph 8. I just want to get to it.
Referring to the ones above 60.
Timothy Nxumalo and William. Did my lady
That
hear me?
statement is on which page? Is it 544?
Correct, my lady. The latter two, Timothy Nxumalo and William Mvolani, the two that she asked you to move to an old age home. It is a version that had you moved those two as she had requested, their deaths could have been prevented.
As I said, we couldn't find psychogeriatric institutions at that moment. It was very difficult.
So you couldn't find them from when you said you had visited shortly after the users had arrived, and that problem was there. The meeting was in October, some time had passed, and still no space could be found.
And still?
No space could be found to remove them.
So Anna really has a challenge with psychogeriatric institutions.
Did you bring that to anyone's attention?
So, they are well aware of it, our bosses. And the ordinary old age homes that we do have in Tshwane also have a challenge, because remember, psychogeriatrics also needs specialized skills. You put them in an ordinary old age home.
And my last question just referred to the they. You said they, the bosses. Who are they, the bosses?
Our bosses in Tshwane are very well aware of the fact that there is a scarcity of psychogeriatric institutions.
Who are they? That is the question. These bosses that you are talking about.
My immediate boss is Mr. Lahau, Julian Lahau, program director, program manager.
You are saying they, the bosses.
Yeah, and the ones above him, like Mr. Makudu and Prof. Ndimandi.
Mr.
Makudu, but then it was also, Dr. Fenter was also there, but she is retired now.
Dr. who?
Dr. Fenter, Annelie Fenter.
Continue. Continue, Mr.
My lady, if I may just go off screen to just check that I have.
You can.
My lady, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Profi. Who's next? Is that Mr. Sibara's team, Mr. Makani? Are you the ones to follow?
My lady, Advocate Makani will be dealing with this witness and the second witness to follow from this one.
But is it okay, Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, my lady. I don't know if the witness is here, my lady.
You can see her.
No, my lady, I wanted to raise the things that I'll be raising with her first, unless if I can just shoot.
No, you have to.
Yeah, if she can maybe excuse the bit, because my questions will be direct. So
You want her to step aside?
A bit, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
My lady, I'm going to ask very few questions that relates to the issue of audit and the issue of, yesterday she mentioned an issue of insubordination. That will just be a clarity. And yeah, those are the two issues. If there's
With respect of audits, what is it that you want to find out?
My lady, you'd recall that yesterday the witness said Dr. Manamela told her that the audits, it's fine, the audits can be skipped and they could then be attended to afterwards.
Okay.
Yes, and if you find, the reason why I said she should be excused, if you look at the other district, all the districts have done the audit except the Tshwane district, my lady.
Okay.
So those will be one of, I don't think there will be more than 5 questions, my lady.
Okay.
If she may come back.
Can the witness come back? Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Makani.
As the court, please, my lady. My lady, Ms. Rochelle Gordon, I can't see her.
Yes,
Can you hear him? Can you hear him? Can you hear him?
yes, I can hear him come, my lady.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Makani, can you hear the witness?
I can, my lady.
Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gordon.
Good afternoon, counsel.
I am advocate Ndiboniswane Makani. Myself and advocate Sibara represent Dr. Manamela.
Yes, counsel.
I have few questions for you, then we'll be done.
Thank you.
Yesterday, when you were asked questions about non-audits at Tshwane district, you said, Dr. Manamela said, that can be attended to at a later stage. Do you remember that?
Non-audits.
Oh, the district not conducting audits prior the placement of the MHCUs.
I was saying that the reason why I was asking Dr. Manamela, why are we not following protocol? And then she told me that these things are not done under normal circumstances. We will correct it later. I was referring to the protocols not being followed.
By protocols, what were you referring to? Audits?
Doing everything as followed by the guidelines for licensing procedures.
Okay. As far as audits, would I be correct to say audits were not conducted at Tshwane district?
It was only done later when the patients were already at the NGOs.
Okay.
The only thing we did was we did visits to just support visits at the NGOs to see if everything was fine. But normally the full MDT audit was only done later when the patients were already at the NGOs, counsel.
And it is your version that, or your testimony that was as per Dr. Manamela's instruction? Should I rephrase the question?
Yes,
if you don't understand it? If you don't understand something, feel free to say, advocate, I don't understand it. Can you explain? I'm saying you said the audit was done later after placement. So I'm saying to you that was done at the request or on instruction of Dr. Manamela, as you've testified yesterday.
The reason why we did it later is that we didn't really have time to do it. Because remember, Tswana had the bulk of NGOs, and we also had our existing NGOs, about 39 existing NGOs. So we were finding it very difficult to do it on time before the NGOs were placed.
Okay.
That is why we only did it afterwards, because it was also difficult for us to get the multidisciplinary team in place.
Okay. So did Dr. Manamela specifically said audits will be done later, or it was your own decision to say, let's start with others? My lady, I see Advocate Tota has...
Yes, Mr.
My lady, the witness has not referred to audits. She has referred to protocol, my lady. She testified that Dr. Manamela indicated that protocols will be corrected later, not audits, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Makani?
My lady, unless if I did not hear what the witness has said. The witness earlier said audits were done later. So after she confirmed that. So what I want from the witness is to say, was it on instructions of Dr. Manamela that audits can then be done later after placement, or it was her decision, or her immediate supervisor's decision, or people that she was working with in the district, that audits, we can defer audits to after the MHCUs have been placed on NGOs. That is, I don't.
Can you just clarify that, Ms. Gordon?
Council, it was a general problem that we couldn't do audits on time. So it wasn't just my decision, it was the way things went. We could only fit it in when we were, and the thing is, we were doing support visits. We did visit the NGOs to check for readiness and give support, but the full MDT we could only do when the patients were already at the NGOs.
Mali, I don't think
it's clarified, yeah?
Okay, what I want to know is, was it as a request for or an instruction from Dr. Manamela?
But that's not what the witness is saying. Ms. Coca?
Indeed, my lady, that is not what the witness is saying. The witness, the evidence is that they did not follow protocol, and Dr. Manamela indicated that they will follow protocol. Everything will be corrected later. Now, the witness has not said anything about the audits, unless Mr. Makani puts the version of her client to this witness, my lady. He's not going to get the answer.
Ms. Makani? Mr. Makani?
As the court, please. Ma'am, then I think let me then try to rephrase my question. When you were not following protocols, was that an instruction from Dr. Manamela?
Is that a hand, Ms. Coca? Or did you forget to lower it?
Question.
Okay, thank you. Do you follow the question?
The reason why we didn't follow protocol is everything was rushed. And remember, when the patients were about to send to the NGOs, they were not ready yet. And I mean, we were just doing what we could. There was a lot of things that had to be done still before the NGOs could be placed, but it wasn't done because, remember, Life Esidimeni was closing and the patients had to be admitted at the NGOs. That is why we have to do these things later when the patients are already at the NGOs, which is not done under normal circumstances. And NGOs should be well established before it receives NGOs.
I think it has been answered. Can we move?
As the court, please. Ma'am, yesterday I think you were asked who's your supervisor, and you said is Dr. Manamela. Is that true? Or myself and Dr. Manamela, who might have misheard you?
My supervisor.
Yes. Or the person you report to?
No, I report to the district. Mr. Julian Lahau, because Dr. Mello is at the mental directorate and I'm at the district. I have to support to my immediate supervisor, which is Mr. Lahau, Julian.
As the court, please. Ma'am, Dr. Manamela's version is that at no stage did she inform you that you shouldn't follow protocols. In fact, what she said was, let's try to work together and so that this thing could be possible.
Council, can I just explain that? I was the one, because we were not following protocol, because of circumstances, I asked Dr. Manamela, why are we not following protocol? It's not that she said we mustn't follow it. I've asked because a lot of things that we couldn't do because everything happened so fast. And we didn't, this was not a normal licensing procedure.
Okay, you
like
asked her. You asked her, and then
asked her, why are we not following protocol? And then she said, these things are not done under normal circumstances. We will correct it later. It was not as if she said we must not follow it.
Okay.
Yes.
Continue, Mr. Makani.
As the court, please. Dr. Manamela's version, more so when it relates to your testimony, is that she didn't have a direct communication with you.
With her?
Yes, Dr. Manamela didn't have the direct communication with the witness, Mr. Rochelle Gordon.
That is not true.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I had many conversations with telephonic conversations with Dr. Manamela.
Continue.
You made mention of being scared of insubordination or being charged with insubordination yesterday. Who actually were you scared of to charge you with insubordination?
The mental directorate, because I was following orders from them. It's where all the orders were coming from.
So you cannot say specifically who it was.
Dr. Manamela was giving the directorate, the deputy director's instructions to instruct the district what to do.
Yesterday, this is just Dr. Manamela's version. I think it's prudent that I put it to you. You mentioned that you were uncomfortable with the marathon project. Because of the possibility of what could have happened or what led us into being here today. Do you remember that?
I said I was unhappy, Council. I was unhappy that we did not follow protocol.
Dr. Manamela's version is that she had no choice to give those instructions that you spoke about, because that was an instruction from the department itself. It might from the MEC, and she was more comfortable with the initial strategy, which was the 2014-2020 strategy. Any comment to that?
Yes, I do understand that she was also just taking instructions from MEC. I was aware of that.
No further questions from our side, Maria.
Thank you. I see it's now 3 minutes before 1 o'clock. Who's going to follow after that?
As it pleases my lady,
Is that Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, I believe so, unless...
Is there, okay, we'll find out. Is there anyone else?
My lady, it's
Yes.
Mr. Manamela here. We will not be cross-examining.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Then it means it's Mr. Pitlela. Can we, it's now a few minutes before 1 o'clock. Can we resume at 2 o'clock? And then Mr. Pitlela will then proceed.
May it please the court.
Court pleases my lady.
The witness is there for one. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Pihlela, the witness is sworn.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pihlela, you may proceed.
Court pleases, my lady. Good afternoon, Mrs. Gordon.
Good afternoon, counsel.
My name is Pro Pichela. I'm an attorney representing Miss Dan Moile, Ethel Ngube, Miss Karina Morale, as well as Miss Dorothy Franks.
Okay.
Now, the questions I'll be asking you will be with regard to where I've noted in their statements that your name is mentioned, and with regard to incidents that you might have personal knowledge of. Are you with me so far?
That's right.
Now, in order for me not to confuse you by asking you different things in respect of the four, I'm going to stick to what has been said by Ms. Karina Morale in a statement. So after that, I'll move on to Ms. Ethel Ngube, then Ms. Dorothy Franks, and then lastly, Ms. Moile. I hope that will simplify things for us and facilitate this process. So,
thank you.
As a starting point, I'm going to refer you to a date. The date is the 12th of May 2016. Yeah?
Okay.
Now, on this day, you were present at Waverley when the mental health care users were transferred, and that is to, they were being transferred to Tsepo.
That's right, counsel.
This
You are now muted, Mr. Pihlela.
lady, I think, let me just remove this cursor here. Ms. Morale will testify that she received a total of 93 patients on that day.
Yes, counsel.
And that these patients, these 93 patients, were in possession of referral letters and medication that was supposed to last them for 21 days.
Yes, counsel.
But there was a problem with the medication because the medication had expired. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of this incident?
She made me aware of it, counsel.
Yes. And that following her complaint regarding the expiry date on the medication, Dr. Manamela intervened and the medication was rearranged. And that is on the same day.
On the same day, because the patients only arrived there at night.
Yes, perhaps maybe this might be one of the causes for the delay, but I don't want to enter into that realm of speculation. For now, what I want to note from you is that the giving of 21 days worth of medication was not in accordance with the agreed parameters. You would agree with me, because
That's
NGOs
right.
were supposed to receive 28 days.
28 days, yes.
She will testify to a further fact, which is that when they took this 21 days worth of medication, they didn't replace it with another 21 days or 28 days of medication, but they received only 7 days. So those patients that were discharged or transferred to Tsepong on the 12th of May eventually had only 7 days worth of medication. So that is when they left Waverley on that day.
Okay, the medication was handed over to them, not to me, Council.
Yes, I understand that, but I wanted you, if you have any comment, to be fair to you, so that if you are aware of this, then you can also enlighten the court. Now, you would agree with me that this was not in accordance. It was far from what was required. Because from 28 days of medication to 7 days of medication, essentially for 21 days, you expect NGOs to run around and cater for this deficiency of medication that was given.
That's right, Council.
Now, moving along, it was put to you during cross-examination by Advocate van Bergen SC that the issue was resolved immediately. That is, the issue of medication was resolved immediately by calling Dr. Manamela, who arranged with LE Pharmacy to arrange the medication. So the crux of my question was to clarify that aspect, to say the issue wasn't really resolved, because instead of giving 28 days worth of medication, according to my client's testimony, they were given 7 days of medication, and they were told that there was no staff on site to be able to pack medication for 93 patients. That is what my client will come and say. That is what Ms. Karina Moral will come and testify to.
Are you aware of that? How do you respond to that?
I was not aware of the fact that there was no one to pack the medication.
Come again?
I was not aware that there was nobody to pack the medication when they received it.
Okay.
My lady.
But were you aware that they were given 7 days of medication only?
She told me that is what Mrs. Karina told me.
Okay. Did you not inquire from the pharmacy at Life Esidimeni why they are only giving the NGO 7 days of medication when they're supposed to give 28?
Did not inquire from them because myself and Mrs. Hannah Jacobus also intervened by getting the medication from Biskopie's pharmacy.
That was on a later date, not on the same day,
yes.
Correct? Do you still remember the date when this was done?
I don't remember the date, Council.
As it pleases.
It was soon, it was not long after the patients were received.
Yeah, but long after, madam, it's a bit of a challenge to conceptualize. Because was it a week, a few days, a month?
It could have been a week or two, Council, but it was because remember 7 days is not a long. It's just a week.
Would you say that your intervention happened before the medication could run out?
We tried by all means not to give the mental health care users without medication because we were afraid of relapse.
Yes, but remember now we are talking of a factual situation that happened on the 12th of May, and we are not talking in general terms around the other issues, and there are many of them.
Yes.
For now, what I wanted to establish from you is you give the NGO 7 days worth of medication, you discharge 93 patients into their care, and then you are aware of the problem that they are facing, and you want to avoid a situation where there will be a relapse. So what I wanted to establish from you, ma'am, is your intervention, did it come within that 7 days period? I'm trying to also help you to recall.
It was definitely within those 2 weeks before when the patients came. Because our aim was not to have them without medication.
I hear you.
Before the patients should be left without any medication.
Sorry to interrupt you. Mrs. Gordon, you wanted to say something, and I think I interrupted.
I think she's finished. Continue.
Okay. God pleases my lady. Now, Ms. Morales will also testify that over and above the issue of the expired medication, which was subsequently downgraded to 7 days, there was also the issue that the mental health care users were not clinically unwell.
They were not?
They were clinically unwell.
Unwell.
Yes. To this end, she will state that they were in possession of referral letters, they did not have identification books, and they had incomplete medical records. What do you have to say to that, ma'am? You were there on that day.
She did tell me that it was, the medical records were not all. Some of them were incomplete.
So you agree?
Yes.
It's something that she told you?
Yes.
Continue.
And that some of them appeared dirty and they had no clothing or shoes. So they didn't have a change of clothes, and some didn't have shoes on. Some were barely covered in terms of clothing. Are you aware of this problem?
Some of them really did not have a second pair of clothing, and some were barefoot. Because I remember that night we even went hunting for blankets for the patients.
Mm. Now, she also testified that she had expected to receive mentally stable patients who were manageable and at the end of their treatment cycle, but that was not the case.
Come again?
She will testify, my lady, that she had expected to receive patients who were mentally stable and who were manageable and at the end of their treatment cycle. So this, I believe, it's in keeping with what has been described as the step down. Is it a step down facility?
Support.
Yes.
Yes, an NGO should be receiving
What is
stable
the response
patients.
here? You saw the patients. Did you see them? Were you aware of what counsel is telling you?
My lady, that they were sick. Yes.
They were sick.
Yes, they were definitely, some of them were sick.
Continue.
Yes, it pleases your ladyship. During cross-examination, Advocate van Bergen SC, you testified that the NGOs must link with clinics for medication.
That's
now,
right.
What I wanted to understand with regard to this is, did you, as part of the department, Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Directorate, did you arrange for the NGOs to be linked to a particular clinic, like with Tsepong, for instance? Did you arrange for Tsepong to be linked with a particular clinic for that purpose?
Our program manager, Mr. Rao, did that, and Tsepong was supposed to, it was linked to Cartridgeville Clinic.
Yes. Now, even in some instances, your evidence has been to the effect that the clinics in the district struggle to cope in dealing with the influx of patients that were not budgeted for and money was not allocated. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with that.
Now, in your own words, maybe you can turn to paragraph 411 of your statement.
Paragraph?
411, my lady.
Is it the page number or the paragraph?
Sorry, the page number. I apologize, my lady. It's been a long day. It's paragraph 10 on page 411. The paragraph starts on page 410, and then it moves over to the next page 411. And I'm quoting your words at the end, the last sentence at the end. You said this created a serious problem because mental health care users had to wait for a long time before getting medical treatment from the hospitals. Now, you will agree with me that simply providing an NGO with a name of a clinic where they are supposed to go or a hospital where they are supposed to take the patients in the event that they fall sick is inadequate. In the sense that if you refer Tsepong to the clinic in Cartridgeville and they get there and there's no medication, then that really doesn't assist anybody. More so the mental health care users who are under their care. Do you agree with me?
That's right. Council.
Now, Ms. Morale will come and testify that with particular reference to a Mr. John Snyder. She will testify that when she received Mr. John Snyder, or is it Cinder? Pardon me, my lady, Cinder.
Snyder. I don't know. Is it not Snyder?
It is Snyder, my lady.
Yes.
Oh, because in the statement it's written differently, but that is okay. I'll defer to the correction by the court. And this, my lady, will be on page, for the benefit of the court, it will be on page 551, paragraph 13. And the name is the second name from the bottom. Did your ladyship capture?
Yes, I've seen this. Continue. I see it
Yes.
here.
In the
Continue. What is the question here? She will testify that what was happening with this patient?
That when she received this patient, he already had a large abscess on his head, which he was constantly scratching, and he was always in and out of hospital. And further, that when she received this patient from Life Esidimeni, she was not given treatment for the abscess or for the infection, but what was only provided with dressing. Now,
do you want me to answer on that?
If you can, madam, you can answer. But the version that I'm putting to you, it's in line with what we have already testified to the fact that some of the people flew. So. Now, there was a specific reference to Mr. Franz Decker.
You are saying a lot of things. Now the witness is going to get confused. Just say one point, the witness responds, and then you proceed. You have just said a lot of things. I don't know how do you expect the witness to respond. What is your issue here? Are you saying when this patient was placed at this NGO Tepong, he already had this abscess?
Yes.
And therefore, she also didn't have treatment for it?
Yes, that is what the statement says.
Yes,
there was no
just respond. You can respond. Are you aware of this fact? Did you observe this patient? What is happening?
I was aware, my lady, that Karina did tell me about him.
Did you observe him yourself?
He didn't have any medication.
Did you observe him yourself?
I've seen him. Remember, we worked there on one weekend, myself and Mr. Mufale.
Continue.
As it pleases. I'm going to refer you to Mr. Franz Decker. I think you were cross-examined about him. Now, what I wanted to put to you was that when Mr. Franz Decker was received at Tepong, he already had those bed sores that are being mentioned. Are you with me? Yes.
What is the response? What is the response here?
The witness, she confirms, my lady.
Yes, but you must be audible enough on record. If I can't hear you, then it's a problem. What are you saying with regard to this one? Did you observe all those, the bed sores?
He was confined to a wheelchair and he couldn't walk. And then
the question is with regard to the bed sores.
I didn't see it myself on that day, but Karina did make me aware. And then the weekend when we worked there, the dressing said to be done.
Now continue, my lady.
Yes, you can continue.
Yes, the first court, please. Ma'am, I'm going to refer you to a document that is on page 4806. It is a document.
4806.
Yes. It's a document that was compiled by Dr. M.A. Makoba, Forensic Pathology Services, Pretoria, 406 until 408.
Okay.
Now, this document appears to have been
Page 406.
Correct, my lady.
I don't think it's the correct page here.
Oh, pardon me, 4806, 4806. I don't know if the numbering changed because I downloaded the documents a while back.
Yes, it's the correct page. It's just that you gave me the wrong number previously.
I apologize, my lady.
Continue. What is this? You were explaining to the witness what this is.
Yes. This document is compiled by Dr. M.A. Makoba. It deals with the medical history, background, circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Franz Becker. Now,
yes.
On this document, if you turn to page 4807, it says that it speaks of the medical legal post-mortem examination performed by the said Dr. That is paragraph 4, my lady.
Continue.
It deals with the fact that Mr. Decker had septic decubitus ulcers involving chiefly the sacrum and lower limbs, showing signs of debridement surgical intervention. Now, quite notably, on paragraph 8 of this document, and that is on page 4808, it indicates that Mr. Decker has been undergoing treatment for a very long time before even being handed over to or under my client's care. And paragraph 8 of that document states that he was treated as a chronic mental health patient with diagnosis of dementia at life Esidimeni. And this is in addition to being wheelchair bound. Did you see the paragraph that I'm referring to now?
I'm seeing it, counsel.
Yes. Now, in your experience, a patient of the nature of Mr. Franz Decker, who had a long history as a chronic mental health patient, diagnosed with dementia, who was looking weak and had sores on the body, was he suitable to be transferred to any NGO? In your experience as a professional?
Not in my experience, counsel. Should have been admitted to a hospital.
That's it, please. Now, as your ladyship pleases, Now, within the circumstances, in light of the circumstances of Mr. Franz Degger's condition, which are common cause, if I may say so. In your view, and that is your professional opinion, could the transfer to an NGO have complicated his health status?
It is possible, Council, because being transferred into a wheelchair from Johannesburg to Pretoria, and you were sitting in the same position, I would assume that he would have been worsening the pressure parts because he was sitting for a long period of time, traveling from Waverley to Pretoria.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to move on to Precious Angels now. I think we've covered most of the aspects with regard to Sepong. Now we're going to move to Precious Angels. Now, ma'am.
Yes, Council.
Ms. Ngube will come and testify that on the 23rd of June, 2016, she received 22 male patients, and that these male patients had only one pair of clothing, summary of their file, container with toothbrush and a washing rag. And those were their only possessions. Do you have any comment on that? I see that on the 23rd.
I was not present at the time of their arrival at the Center Council. I cannot confirm that.
As it pleases. She'll testify that these patients as well were in a dirty state.
They were?
They were dirty with unpleasant urine.
Yes, Miss Merritt.
My lady, this witness already testified she was not present when the patients arrived. She will not be able to answer.
Mr. Bishop.
My lady, on page 410 of the witness's statement, and that is on paragraph 6, the witness has indicated under the heading of Anchor House that on the 23rd of June 2016, Anchor House in Cullinan admitted 30 patients from
Are we now
Cullinan
at
Care.
Anchor? Okay. 11, paragraph 6.
Yes.
On page?
Paragraph 6, page 410.
You said, okay.
410.
Yes, continue.
I see there's a hand by Advocate Porta.
Yes, just finish this. Just finish what you are saying. I've noted here.
Yes, I wanted, because the same date is the date that is indicated on the statement.
Yeah,
and with
but
reference
on the
to
23rd of. Okay, Miss Toka.
As the court pleases, my lady. Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm not sure of the page number. Mr. Pihlela has indicated 410.
Yes, paragraph 6.
My paragraph 6 is on page 408.
Just a second, let me go to it again. Page 410. Just a second, I'll tell you. Paragraph 6 starts from page 408. As you continue with it, you go to the same paragraph, continues into page 409 up until 410. Is a
Oh, I see, my lady. My lady, this is the...
But just a second. This relates to Anchor House, and we're talking about precious angels. I'm getting confused, Mr. Pitlela, if you can clarify us.
My lady, let me move on from this question because I don't think it relates to the same story that I want to put forward. If I want to revisit,
But before you move, the first point that was raised was with regard to the fact that the witness has already testified that when the patients arrived on that particular day at Precious Angels, she was not there, right?
That is
so
fine,
this
my lady.
one, we are done with this one.
Yes, hence I'm moving on from it. There's no need to...
Yes, but you must indicate because then...
My lady, I would like to find out from Mr. Pihlela if he's moving away from what is contained in paragraph 6 relating...
I take it that he is moving away because that paragraph talks about Anchor House. There is no mention of Precious Angels.
Yes.
What pleases then, my lady?
So I'll come to it at the appropriate stage when dealing with Anchor House.
Ms. Gordon, I'm going to remind you that when issues are debated, you have to step aside. It's not necessary now. We have already done that. Continue.
There's two aspects that I want to deal with regard to Precious Angels. The first one will relate to the house that was being occupied at 19 Masalo Street. With regard to this aspect, Ms. Nuba will come and testify that you spoke to her uncle in order for him to give residence at his property, and that this
I don't know
property
if the others
is
can
the one
hear you
that
properly. I think you are having a problem. You are breaking, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a common thing, my lady. Even
No, but now you are better off.
That's it, please.
We have to hear you, whether it has been a common thing or what, but we have to hear you, Mr. Pickett. Continue.
Of course, an incident in which you were present at number 19 Masalo Street.
Masalo.
Masalo, yes, 19 Masalo. That's paragraph 13, my lady, of her statement, where you spoke to her uncle, Mr. Ernest Ngube, in order to convince him to make his property available for the accommodation of the mental health care users on a temporary basis while the place in Linwood is being prepared. Do you recall this interaction?
No, I don't recall it. It was perhaps maybe somebody else, but I cannot recall speaking to an uncle of Ms. Nube.
As it pleases. 29 June of that same year, she will testify that she went and collected the patients She went and collected the patients. And that these patients were being released from Anchor House.
My lady, I think I objected. I wanted to raise my objection early. If I may let Mr. Pihlela finish his sentence. My apologies, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Pihlela, you may finish your sentence.
On the 29th of June.
This is now in paragraph?
It's the same paragraph, my lady.
13.
Yes.
Mm.
The testimony will be to the effect that Ms. Gordon was there on that day.
What was happening on that day? She was receiving patients.
Yes, they were there to do an inspection or an audit as they call it. And Ms. Gordon was there because there was a problem at Anchor House with regard to the mixing of male and female patients. So they wanted a place where they can separate the two of them before the minister could come for the inspection.
Ms. Gordon?
Ninth of June. I'm just recollecting, my lady. I'll respond now. Where's that one, still late? Can I please have the page again, Council?
1468.
1468. The 8th of June. Where is it? Which paragraph, Council, please?
Paragraph 13, 13. Just at the bottom, the last line at the bottom.
At the bottom.
The last sentence on this page.
Yes, it continues to the next one.
Yeah, on the 29th of June, when I received a call from Anna.
Okay, just read the entire sentence because what I'm referring to starts on that page and then it implicates you as it goes along. It doesn't start with your name. So I don't want to just quote the relevant portion. Just read it so that you can, once you are done, then you can deal with it.
Go down. You can go down. Council?
Yes, Ms. Gordon, are you done?
Yes, I've read it.
Yes. Now, this portion of the statement relates to the day when patients were taken from Anchor to Precious Angels. And this was because there had been a complaint received with reference to Anchor about male and female patients being kept together in a single ward. Do you recall an incident of that nature?
I don't recall. I only recall the night when the bus arrived at CCRC, when myself and Mrs. Jacobus was there, but before Mrs. Nuve could have taken the patients, we had already gone to go and collect some linen and blankets, myself and Mrs. Jacobus. So I did not see the patients really.
We are not talking about the patients in particular. We are talking about the incident that happened on that day.
Yes, but the question has been answered. She says she doesn't recall. All what she recalls was when she went to fetch the linen, and then she remembers also the issue of the bus. I think she has answered that. We can move on.
Ma'am, were you part of any meeting where there was a discussion regarding the problems that were being experienced at Anchor House with reference to the mixing of male and female patients in one ward?
I remember there was a mixing of patients, but I don't remember the meeting.
You don't remember anywhere where it was spoken about the issue of mixing of male and females?
It was mentioned to me.
Was it mentioned to you in your official capacity, or was it mentioned to you in jest or in passing?
It was mentioned to me by Mrs. Franks, if I remember well.
Now, moving along. No? I'm going to move on from this since you say you don't recall.
We're moving to?
No, the incident that I wanted her to confirm, she does not recall it, so I'm not going to dwell on it. I'll leave it for my arguments. I'm also going to move on to, I'll then move on to Ms. Dorothy Franks of Anchor. And we can now deal with that date of the 23rd of June 2016. Ms. Franks will testify that on the 23rd of June 2016, she received 30 patients from CCRC.
Yes, Council.
Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this, Mrs. Gordon?
Yes, I was told that she received 30 patients from CCRC.
And I see that this is also recorded in your statement on page 410. So she'll further testify to the fact that at that time, she had only been allocated one ward. That is one ward at CCRC.
Yes.
And that this ward had a capacity of 25 patients. That was the maximum she could keep in that ward.
Yes, Council.
Now, do you not see it as a problem that a person, an NGO is given 30 people when it only has one ward that can accommodate 25? Do you not see that as a problem?
It is a problem.
Yes. Now, to further testify, and this is also recorded in your statement on page 410, that on the 29th of June, she received a further 40 mental health care users.
Ms. Coca?
Yes, my lady. My lady, if it can be noted that the list that starts under paragraph 6 with Sepong and it goes on to 410, it ends with Anchor House. The witness had indicated that that was the information he got from Mr. Lehau when she was doing her correction.
This was page, this is page?
It's page 408, my lady.
408.
Yes, that paragraph 6 where it starts with Sepong, where it gives the dates and the number of patients received by an NGO. All those NGOs, the witnesses had indicated in her corrections, my lady, that that was the list that she got from Mr. Lehau. It's not within her personal knowledge. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I'm only aware of one way that a statement under oath can be corrected, and that is by filing of a further affidavit to that effect. The witness cannot take the stand and suddenly choose to say, no, here I made a mistake. Then no reliance should then be placed on this statement in totality. Because the function and
I requested you to step aside. I see there is a hand there.
I think
Whose
it
hand
was
is that? Is that Ms. Cook again?
Yes. It appears so from my side.
Lower it down, my lady, my apologies.
Oh, the hand is down. What are you saying, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I'm saying that from what I understand, from what I'm aware of, a statement under oath can only be amended by subsequent filing of another statement. An affidavit is corrected by filing a supplementary affidavit of sorts. You can't.
You want to respond?
You can't just chop and change as it suits you and say, no, I wasn't. You should have indicated at the beginning that what I'm making here is not my statement, and it should not appear here. It should be left to the person who actually has direct knowledge of what has happened. This falls within my own personal knowledge. That is the basis of the oath.
My lady, I'm not sure whether Mr. Pichela was present when this witness began her testimony. In fact, it has happened with other witnesses as well, where they would be asked whether they would want or would like to make some corrections, and they would do their corrections.
I think he was present and he didn't object.
Object, yes, my lady.
Mr. Pichela? I don't know why you are raising the issue. The fact of the matter, what we have on record, which was not objected to, she indicated. If you want to take it for argument, you can do that. But the fact of the matter, you were there when she made the statement to say, from this portion to this portion, this is not something that I have personal knowledge of. That is what she said.
My lady, unfortunately, I do not remember that aspect being so elaborately discussed as it is now.
It was
I would have availed myself. My lady will bear with me because sometimes you are connected, sometimes it goes off, and you can't say.
We don't know that. You haven't indicated that to us. We don't know that.
Because, my lady, I'm not going to dwell on this aspect.
If you have a problem with the connections, you must alert us, or if you don't, we take it that the proceedings are also on YouTube, isn't it? So if you feel that you missed another point, then you can always go back. But if we're not told anything, what are we supposed to? Should we just assume that Mr. Pichela or everyone had problems with connections?
No, my lady, the reason it's because my client is being mentioned on this aspect. But in any event, I will move on from this question since the witness does not recall. So now I'm wondering which other part of the testimony has she amended, because it was very helpful when Advocate Late did it. He filed an affidavit. We were able to see which paragraphs were amended, as opposed to relying on the record when connection is not stable. Even now, I'm struggling.
I don't know what you want me to say, Mr. Pitela. This was done, and I take it that you were there. There's not. We can't change it now. You were there. You didn't say anything, and the others proceeded on the basis of what he said, isn't it?
My lady, I was merely putting my objection on record.
Continue, Mr. Pitela.
Let's call please. The witness, my lady, I don't see her. I don't know if she's now back.
There she is. You may proceed.
Court pleases. Ma'am.
Counsel.
My client will come and testify that
this is now Dorothy Franks.
That is correct.
So you've got so many. It's better you mention the names. We are now on anchor.
No, we are still on Dorothy Franks.
Yes, continue.
So testify that she received both male and female patients. And that.
Are you aware of that?
I was aware of that, my lady, but they were separated. They were not lying in one ward. They were separated, males one side and females one side, until the issue was sorted out.
When was the issue sorted out?
No, that I can't remember because I can't remember dates, but it was sorted out when the issues with Siambadinga and Inca House was sorted.
Are you perhaps referring to the incident where one ward was taken from Siabadinga and given to Enka House?
That's right, Counsel.
While we are on that one, at the time, Ms. Noila will come and testify that at the time she was given about 72 mental health care users. And that she had occupied 3 wards at CCRC, and the 1 ward was then occupied by Enka House. She will testify that the result of the 1 ward being taken away from her meant that she now had to accommodate 72 mental health care users in a ward that had the capacity of only 50 people. So the 2 wards that she was left with, each one with 25 person capacity, she was now forced to accommodate 72 people in a ward that had only 50 people, that could accommodate only 50 people. And this led to overcrowding. You want to comment on that?
Counsel, I was not involved with reshuffling of and decision making of who's taking who there, which wards were taken by whom. It was decided by my superiors.
But you were aware of these problems because I think it must have been discussed.
I was told. About it.
Yes. Now,
who are the superiors? Just a second. Who are the superiors that you're talking about?
My superiors were Dr. Manamela, Mr. Jacobus.
Continue. Is that all?
No, it was, I was just, because we're on that question, I was just finalizing that one. Ms. Dorothy Franks will come and testify that the patients that she received had no files or identification books, and they were brought late in the afternoon and not washed. Can you comment on that?
No files and no books.
Yes, identification books, IDs, ID documents or identification.
Did make me aware of it.
Come again? She made
Mrs.
you aware.
Franks did make me aware of it, my lady.
What? All these things?
Some of the patients did not have files that came from CCRC.
Just so I understand, are you saying you are not aware of the situation, or you were aware that some did not have files but did not have ID books?
I was aware of it because even from Life Esidimeni, some of the patients did not have ID books.
I'm going to move on now to Ms. Noile. She'll come and testify that she started to receive patients
We
from
can't
the
hear
5th of
you
May.
at all, Mr. Bihlela.
I apologize, my lady. My throat is killing me. She will testify that she started receiving patients on the 5th of May 2016 from CCRC until the 26th of June 2016. Were you aware of this?
I wasn't aware that she received from me. We were coordinators that were subdivided into these districts, and one of our coordinators, Julia Bidwaba, was allocated to Cullinan.
Okay. You testified in your statement. It appears that when you are referred to paragraph 2 of that statement, one of the duties that you indicated there was conducting unannounced and announced visits at NGOs and assisting in processing claims for NGOs at district level. So,
yes, Council.
Yes. So, did you visit Siabadinga at any time for the purpose of conducting unannounced visits?
As I said, Sister Julia was doing that. The only time I was visiting Siabadinga is when they had that meeting to sort out the differences with NCALs about the beds and the wards. Because it had also involved the previous NGO Love Disciples that never realized.
Okay, I hear you. Essentially, she also testified to the same complaint that is a feature from all these NGOs. Lack of proper medical records, lack of proper identification, lack of medication, lack of support from the department, linkage with hospitals and clinics ineffective because clinics told them they have no budget, they cannot accommodate them. So they were basically left with patients and no support. And that is the common feature in all the testimony that I was putting to you today. The NGOs were complaining about the same things, all of them. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, Council, initially the clinics did have a problem with a huge influx of patients from Life Esidimeni. But Mr. Lau, our program manager, did correct it. He visited the clinics and made them aware of the forthcoming Life Esidimeni patients. But as you know, the budget was always a problem. I mean, budgets are not just a proof. They had to gradually introduce the budget so that the clinics can assist to these huge number of patients. It was gradually corrected, but not initially. It was a problem, yes.
Was it corrected before the patients were transferred to those NGOs?
No,
that is the reason it was there. She says it was corrected at later. Initially, there was a problem. It means initially at the time of the transfer, the way I understand the evidence.
Yes, my lady, but the evidence of this witness is critical on this point because if it took a long time, we have been hearing about relapsing, and those they happen within a particular time period, and it's going to become important when the experts come to testify. Because if a patient relapses after a week, then it means if they took more than a week for them to intervene, then their intervention was basically useless. So that is what I'm trying to establish from this witness to say.
No, I was just saying to you, this is what I get from her. So I just avoided you repeating the question.
Yes. So now what I wanted to establish, my lady, from the witness is, if she says interventions were done, there should be a plan of doing those interventions. Maybe a document was produced which detailed how you seek to intervene and resolve all these problems, because I choose to believe that it could not have been a haphazard process. It had to be systematic. Pardon, my lady?
I hear you are talking now to the court. I thought you were continuing with your questions.
No, I'm talking to the witness, my lady.
Okay, please do that.
Yes. I was trying to pose the question to her, like, from what I understand should have happened.
Okay.
If there was an intervention, then there must have been, maybe there's a minute of a meeting where you discuss that intervention, or maybe there was a report that was compiled or a plan that was developed around the issue of interventions. I understand when you say you can't remember some of the dates because it has been a while. So I'm trying to assist you to refresh your memory on that aspect.
Council, the plan was definitely instituted by our program manager. If you could maybe give me a chance, I can ask him if there is a document that speaks to that.
As it pleases.
This plan relates to?
To linking of clinics and the budgets of the clinics to accommodate the high influx of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, my lady.
Okay.
As it pleases.
What are we going to do with this document if it is there, Mr. Pichel? Can we ask the witness to liaise with the evidence leader in case it is found?
Yes, my lady. I think it will be very helpful to everybody concerned to know with regard
I will
to
do that,
the
my
time
lady.
and the plan. My lady, on that note, say for when that document is made available, that will conclude my cross-examination.
Thank you.
Scott, please.
I hope Ms. Merritt has been listening. Okay. Are you the last?
I believe so, my lady.
Yeah, Ms. Merritt, there is a document that they're talking about. I think the witness will have to talk to yourself, one of you, and Ms. Toka, and ensure that
Thank
the
you, my
document
lady.
is made available. Who didn't I?
My lady.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Now back to Ms. Toka.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Gordon.
Good afternoon, Advocate Counsel.
I will be posing questions to you just to clarify matters that are not clear and also to deal with the matters that arose during the cross-examination by various counsels. I'd like us to first deal with your involvement, whether there was any involvement on your part with the negotiations regarding the termination of life Esidimeni. Whether you attended any meetings where the termination was discussed.
I only attended one meeting where Dr. Manamela was informing us about life Esidimeni.
I'm talking about a meeting that you attended with Life Esidimeni.
Oh, with Life Esidimeni.
Where there were negotiations regarding the termination of the contract.
No.
Is that what you asked me?
Yes. Yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
There is evidence, in fact, you've testified that on the 12th of May 2016, you were at Waverley.
Yes.
Why did you go to Waverley?
On which date?
12th of May 2016, my lady.
To escort to make sure that the patients are escorted from Waverley to Tsapong.
Right. And if the court can bear with me, my lady. You've also testified, or your evidence shows on the affidavit, that the patients were sick and weak. Can you clarify what you are referring to there? Is it the mental status of the patients or the physical status of the patients when you refer to sick and weak?
You know, when I was looking at the patients when they were sitting there, I could see that some of them, you know, when you work long with mental health patients, you can see that some of them look worried, they look anxious, you know, probably due to fear of the unknown. But some of them were also weak because they were in wheelchairs. And my taking was that these patients did not really know where they were going to, and it could have been fear of the unknown. They were anxious. They didn't know where they were going to. And they hardly spoke, you know, they just stood there and were waiting.
Did you report your concerns?
Just a second. Continue.
Did you report your concerns regarding the observations that you made on that day to Ms. Sinello and Ms. Dr. Lingwane?
Council, I didn't really, because I thought they did see this, and my taking was that Life Esidimeni had to close, and we had no choice but to take these patients over. So that is why we, as soon as I got to Tsepong, we started sorting the patients out and get them to hospitals and do whatever was necessary.
Right. If we can deal with the document, the schedule visit document that appears on page, if I may go to that page, my lady, the one where you changed the first page and made some changes. If I may go to it, my lady. It starts on page 424.
424?
Yes. You've testified about the changes that you've made and replacing the first page.
Yes.
And you were told by Advocate Van Bergen SC that by making the changes that you made, you committed a fraudulent act. Do you remember?
Yes. Also.
If you can just tell the court what led you to making the changes that you've made.
As I said, that Dr. Manamela wanted something in black and white. And this specific audit that was done in 2011 was done by myself and Sister Virtue. So because I knew that Shama existed and they were never licensed before, that the situation remained the same from 2011 to 2016. So there was no time for me to, because we were running out of time, and I thought I'll just replace the page 1 and then the other things that was added in between, like as you can see on this audit, I also added some other information.
When did, my apologies, you may proceed.
In 2016.
Did you Yes, ma'am, you may continue.
When Dr. Manamela wanted the document.
All right. Did you make these changes before or after the mental health care users were discharged to different NGOs?
The Shama House had already received patients then. That is why you'll see there at some stage they had 60 and I added 50. So they had 50 plus 60. Mental health users.
Did the mental health care users suffer because of the changes that you've made?
No. They did not. It was just to indicate that now Life Esidimeni patients were added to this NGO.
All right.
Nothing had changed.
Yes. Did anyone suffer any harm or prejudice because of the changes that you've made?
Nobody was prejudiced, counsel, under no circumstances.
My lady, if I may go through my notes, some of the aspects that I was going to deal with have been covered by Mr. Pihlela. We've had evidence regarding the shortage of medication and the fact that Dr. Manamela saved the situation. Was there any involvement on your part?
Yes, also.
Yes, what did you do?
Myself and Mrs. Jacobus In fact, Mr. Jacobus had phoned Westkopie's pharmacy. It was after hours for them to open the pharmacy so that we could get medication for especially Tsepong at night.
Right. And we've also had evidence. Are you done, Ms. Gordon?
No, yes, she is. Fine. You can continue.
There is also evidence before the court that there was a shortage of linen. How did you deal with that problem of shortage of linen, if you were involved at all?
Yes, I was involved. That night from Cullinan, we went to Hospital Steve Biko, Pretoria West Hospital, and Kalafum to collect blankets and linen.
Right. And the issue of medication, what did Karina Morale tell you about the medication at Tsepong? What exactly did she say?
That the medication was not enough.
Yes. You've been told by Mr. Pitlela that Ms. Karina will come and testify that there was medication for 21 days that had expired. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of the expired, but Karina did make me aware. That is why we had to immediately intervene.
If the court can bear with me, my lady, just for me to look at my notes to see whether I've covered everything I wanted to cover. Is it correct, ma'am, that this Life Esidimeni termination project was managed from the Gauteng Department of Health, not from the district?
That's right, Council.
And that yours from the district was just to give support to the officials of Gauteng Department of Health?
That's right, Council.
Is it correct also that as a mental health district mental health coordinator, you had no decision-making powers in this regard?
I had no decision-making in this regard.
My lady, those are my questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
As the court pleases.
On that note, Mr. Veselo?
Sorry, my lady, I just want to put on record, I have no questions for this witness.
You don't have questions?
No, I don't have questions, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marriott, can we excuse the witness?
Thank you, my lady. I apologize.
The witness is therefore excused. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you very much, my lady.
My lady, the next witness for tomorrow will be Stella Mofokeng. She's number 12 on the sequential list of witnesses. She will testify regarding the deceased.
Stella Mofokeng.
Yes, my lady.
She will testify
in respect of the deceased Sibusiso Mtombeni.
Okay.
She will be available tomorrow, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, would it be possible for the evidence leaders to give a program of the consecutive witnesses that they anticipate calling in the next period, so that we can...
Yes, I agree with you, because I had already looked at the statement for number 10. I thought they were going to proceed along those lines. Ms. Marriott, can you assist us, please?
My lady, we've been informed yesterday that Daphne Ndlovu is ill. She will go for an operation, will not be available for some time. And then Dr. Onya, we've been informed that he still needs to be prepared by Section 27. They want to lead his evidence. That is the reason we are going
But can
to
we
number
just know
12.
that after this one, even if you can give us two, three names?
I think Advocate Late assisted.
Yes, Mr. Late.
May I assist, my lady? We are being placed in a very difficult situation. Firstly, because Ms. Ndlovu is not available, and we are struggling to get hold of Dr. Onoyo as well as Dr. Makoba.
Yes.
I've been informed by Ms. Forster that they will not be available from the 18th till the 25th of February, and witness number 13, Esidimeni de Villiers, as well as number 14, Dr. Lombard, are witnesses that testify in regards to Mrs. Forster's client. And they would like to us not to call those witnesses while they're not available. I don't know who they are that are not available. Maybe Mr. Forster can assist us with that. We try our best. And
But where is the investigating officer?
He's doing his job, my lady. I keep him informed.
I've noted you, Miss Vandelende.
Thank you. And he's
so
Mr.
we just want to understand. We get all your problems, but after Mofokeng, where are we going?
We are trying to get hold of Dr. Onoya.
Okay.
And Dr. Makoba.
All right.
Mrs. Forster can better inform us as to the situation of Mrs. de Villiers and Dr. Lombard, because she sent me an email and told me that they are not available. I don't know whether it's Dr. Lombard and Mrs. de Villiers who are not available, or whether it's Mrs. Forster who's not available from the 18th to 25th of February. So I'm still in the dark. I sent Mrs. Forster a WhatsApp to tell me what the situation is.
Is she present today? Is she present? I don't think she's present today. Miss Foster, are you there? Doesn't look like she's present today. I don't know. But the attendees. Come again.
What I'm trying to say is we try our best to keep on the sequential list of witnesses.
Okay, all right.
But there are stumble blocks that are put into our path, and we try to juggle everything to keep the case running.
Okay. Ms. Badlenda and then Ms. Koka thereafter.
Thank you, my lady. Lady, I just wanted to clarify something Ms. Marriott said, just so that there's no misunderstanding. Dr. Onoya is not our witness. He's not Section 27's witness. I think there was some communication between Mr. Late and Ms. Stevenson earlier today, and Mr. Late wanted Dr. Onoya's number. Ms. Stevenson was trying to assist with finding that. And I think as part of the communications, which I've seen, she asked that we as council need time to prepare for Dr. Onoya, because he wasn't next on the list. So I know for myself, we prepared for Mr. Ndlovu like everyone else.
Okay.
So just to be clear, it's not our witness and we don't need time to prepare.
So if they want him, they can just continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Koka?
My lady, I forgot when the witness was on the stand, my lady. I was tasked to get the Circular 101 that is dealing with unstable patients, my lady. The witness did send Circular 25, which I sent to Mr. Late, and we decided between ourselves that that is not the document. It does not at all relate to unstable.
That was Circular
25, my lady, which does not say anything about unstable patients. And we are
2023.
25, my lady, and we agreed that it is not necessary to include it in the record because it does not relate to the issue that was raised, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
All right. I see Mr. Pichela, and who's the other one? Miss Koka, just put your hand down. Mr. Pichela.
My lady, if it poses no harm, is it possible for one to have insight into that document? it doesn't have to be part of the record. If they can just forward it via email, then one can eliminate it.
I don't know. You can talk to Miss Tolka. Mr. Late, on that note, we don't know as to, okay, we'll hear tomorrow as to whether you managed to get hold of anyone who would then come immediately after Miss Mufokeng.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. There we are. The proceedings for today are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
May I please-
As it pleases you.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.